Right. So previously, you, the unnamed group, have been traveling towards an abandoned rocky base belonging to a disappeared vampire, with your mission being to scuttle said base and hopefully make some money on the side. As you've parked your ship in the main hangar, you set your eyes upon the denizens of this station as a couple zombies have reanimated themselves and attempted to take you apart. But you used the reverse card and took them apart, and then set your eyes upon the prize. A dilapidated and rather bad looking, but still expensive, Red Order patrol boat. You've devised a plan, and threw that plan out of the window, decided not to split, and devised another plan as you made your way into the ship. The resistance proved out to be a little bit more than you. Well, it proved to be about as much as you should have expected, as you encountered your first intelligent undead foe, a white with a rifle, or a heavy crossbow, I haven't figured that part out yet, who with 2 accurate shots took down both Lens and Vinyl. But you did manage to destroy it, and with some hectic application of Lazarus patches and shoving of fingers into wounds, you managed to stabilize both of them. With the last of undead falling unresponsive, you have a moment to take a breather and decide whether you wish to retreat with your wounded friends in tow or stay here and buckle up, bundle up, barricade yourself in. In any case, you do need to buy at least 10 minutes for your friends to come back to consciousness, so there are only 2 people here right now that are conscious, so the decision is on you, really.
Yeah, I mean, given that we can weigh down the hatch. Oh.
Right. Yeah.
Given that we can weigh down the hatch, Aether's definitely going to be on the side of let's sit around for now and wait for people to come back to being somewhat alive. Let's point guns at the places that we expect things to come from. But let's not try to move anywhere lest we tear anything that's important, like a ligament or an artery or
Psychic conduit.
yeah, just could be bad.
It would be really
Right.
embarrassing to not die and then have a stroke or something.
No, just terrible idea. So
Well,
yeah.
I'll watch the ladder. I'll go back towards the ladder and watch there.
Yeah, I mean that ladder, by the way, just for the reference.
Yeah.
So there was a hatch that zombies were coming out from, and there was technically another ladder going upstairs into another hatch to the 3rd level. Though nobody came down
Oh
through
wait,
that.
above. Oh, I see it there. I'm pinging.
Yes.
I'm pinging beside.
Well, let me
yeah,
just remove the corpses because they are irrelevant right now. Just let's pretend
Okay.
they're there. And
Did they come from upstairs?
no, they all came from where I'm moving miles away from downstairs, from
Just a
the
look,
hatch over
yeah.
here. But this one is a ladder leading upstairs to another hatch.
Well, we could check it out. And can we actually can Miles see up the ladder into what's there, or is there a latch as well?
Well, Miles right now seems to be really occupied with something in his pockets or whatever. At least that's what I do whenever a player is missing without telling me anything. I'll pretend he's not here until he is here. But you can definitely try and look.
Yeah, sure. I'll have a look. I'll have a peek.
You see the hatch.
Okay, so there's a lovely. Miles is still standing on the.
Yeah, sure.
Cars.
It's an object now.
Jeez. If he's standing on it, if you guys don't mind, or maybe I'll ask you guys first. I was gonna take the telescoping pole that I had and poke the hatch.
No, we're not disturbing anything else right now. We just sit on our asses. Can you just pile the body, the bad the
Bodies.
ex-undead, the dead, the re-dead, the zombies onto the hatch
That's a good
to
idea.
block it.
Yeah. There's something
and-
coming up, yeah.
And I'll keep an eye on these two. I'm really hoping that they wake up.
Well, you've done a good job.
Theoretically, if my understanding of she fumbles for a Lazarus patch wrapper, if my understanding of
Yeah.
I mean it's
It has like what's
Yeah.
inside of it, like sugar contents and all that stuff on the back.
but
Instruction
I
manual.
imagine there's
Apply
a
within
tiny-
36 seconds.
I imagine there's a tiny little instructional pamphlet or something similar,
Sure.
because there always is with all sorts of first aid.
I mean, there's definitely a paper that says like, don't ingest, don't give to children below the age of 5.
Yeah.
Side effects. 10 pages.
Yeah. They should be returning to consciousness, and if not, then we're supposed to bring them to a hospital, but that's not happening. So they'd better wake up.
Well,
And
if
if
you
they
could,
do- If they do, then they can climb up the ladder and we can go back to the ship. And if they don't, then we have a problem.
And if they don't, then they can go fall down the hatch.
well, then I'll just watch the ladder. I'll do that idea. I'll move the bodies on top of the latch to below, and I'll watch the ladder upwards.
Right.
I won't touch it, but I'm just gonna. I'll keep my gun on it. If you can keep your gun on the where we came from.
Yes, of course. Yes.
Well, I'll spend some time doing.
Alright. So you sit, holding your breath, waiting for something to happen. The ship creaks around you ominously, and you still hear that faint hum of ship engine in the background. Looking nervously at the corpses.
Every time there's even a tiny change in the background hum, Aether twitches and waves her gun around slightly. It's very reassuring for people who are potentially in firing range.
Hey! Trigger discipline!
Yes. Look, she hasn't shot anyone other than the people. Jesus, I'm sorry about that noise. That's so
sorry.
Zombie! Still, time passes and nothing bad happens as I think Lance first startles back to life.
Hello?
Then, shortly after him, as if by an arm, Winnell does whatever Winnell does.
Oh, you're alive. You're alive. That's good. That's very good.
Miles puts away the small notebook with backup party members.
Okay.
What the fuck happened?
Okay. Look, there's quite a lot of fluids lying around that really should be inside of you, but you're alive. That's good. Okay. How many fingers am I holding up? She says, not holding up a hand.
It's all a bit blurry right now.
Oh, well, that's concerning. Right. Look, can you sit up? Can you? Don't overstress yourself. But do you think you can stand? We should
I will
really
try to jump to my feet.
Make me a physical saving throw. I haven't done one of
Natural
those
one,
yet.
you're dead.
All right. So you jump to your feet, and you immediately go blind. And you know there's a white sensation behind your eyes when the blood just hasn't gotten to your head yet, which you often have a problem even if you're healthy. But when half of your blood is on the floor, that lasts for a while, and you kind of go whoa, and have to hold on to Miles, who's nearby and catches you by the arm as you head starts swimming.
On the plus side, that was an adrenaline rush like I haven't had in a while, you know? Truly felt alive. I think
Well, I
you
think-
killed them all.
I think that might be because there's the same amount of adrenaline as normal, diluted by significantly less blood.
Might be.
I regret to inform you that dying is the opposite of living, but quite an experience, yes.
If you say so. Oh,
Right. Okay,
So- go ahead.
everyone's alive. We got rid of everything we could see, and nothing else has tried to come for us since. But I'm really not comfortable staying in here any longer. I know we still need to salvage the place, but
We've got
I-
time.
I would like for us to get back to the ship and just give everyone like, I don't know. I'm not the. She turns to Winnel with a reproachful expression on your face. You're the healer. You are supposed to heal. You're not. What are you doing?
Yeah,
How-
about that. And I'd like to start healing. Yay! Because
Wow.
magically, I've re-rolled some stuff, and the healer can heal now. So, should I just roll the dice? Because I don't know how that works.
I don't know how that works either. I'm not sure I've
pro-
read that spell. Huh? Oh wow, you need to format it.
2d6.
I mean, yeah, I have it on the first level, so yeah, 2d6. That's it.
So,
Just
first one goes to Lance. Hold still
Oh.
for a second.
Nice. I'm back to max.
and you gain 1 system strength.
Sure.
And I'll do another one for me.
Good as new.
All
Feels
sitting
like-
down.
What does this look like?
Good question. I just imagine him. I don't know how magic works in here, but I just imagine him. I'd like to have him sit on his butt because he's not able to stand up yet. And he's muttering a few words that none of you can understand. And he's drawing maybe something on the ground, and then a light emanates from his hands and flows into you.
And closes the wound in my chest. I mean, it's not singular. There are 2 wounds I managed to collect, but both of them, I suppose.
Like as one of your
Small.
wounds kind of like closes, you just like see the other spell just kind of like get pushed out of it.
Good as new, honestly. So, what are we doing next?
Give me a second.
Yeah, roll
Oh,
for
he
yourself.
does it again.
Well, yeah. That's your spell slots for the day. But you're at full as well.
There you go.
And most
I think
importantly,
I think I have one more. Maybe. Look.
oh
it up,
right, you
never mind.
have one more now. That
But
doesn't matter.
the other guy is a car, so fuck him.
For Aether, who has Witchfinder now and can actually sort of see magical energies clearly visible and audible, this looks wild, and she's sort of staring like wide-eyed, a little freaked out. I mean, she was already a little freaked out, so a little extra freaked out, spice on top.
You actually see like as that light of magic kind of like an X-ray vision kind of goes through the body of Lance and like gathers around the wounds, and like little particles of light can like start nibbling at the wounds before they like stitch themselves back, and then just like
Are you alright, Aether?
That looks. Does it always look like that?
For me, it does.
Right. That's. Ugh, that's weird.
How about our friend over here? He looks pretty injured too. You got some more,
Jesus.
Doc?
Give me a second. I'll try to stand up. Let me look up. I think I have a spell slot.
And don't forget to actually increase your
Oh.
hit points.
Hold on. Winnow. Fuck, it's been a long time since but, I don't remember how it works, but shouldn't you be careful? Like, you've just gone through serious injuries. Can your body take this?
Yes. With the magic, we're good.
That's
Isn't that right? Like,
I
is it
think
an
we're out of
advanced
our
healing?
state.
Getting rid of the fragility effect.
It is getting the fragility effect, which is good. Don't forget that you as well, healing yourself, gain 1 point of system strain.
Sure.
And
yeah,
also,
basic.
and also don't forget that now that you've rerolled your equipment, or as one, you do have lift that can work on stabilized people. So it's money, but technically didn't even need to use spell slots to heal either of you.
Yeah. But it's cool.
True.
The thing
What
the
spells
thing
are you
Ether
gonna
was
use?
the thing Ether was making a reference to was basically just that, healing magic can cause, in mechanical terms, system strain, which
Oh, okay.
and she just has it a little backwards because she doesn't remember the details, doesn't remember that it's the healed target that takes it in this situation. So
Depends on the
Oh,
spells.
okay.
There are spells that put strain on the mage, but
Yeah, so-
Winner was unconscious for most of the fight, so he didn't have much strain.
no, she's just worried about the mage, the healer, straining himself after almost getting, perforated to death.
Yeah, so the one receiving the healing might have a headache, but that's it. And I think I should keep some power in reserve in case something happens. And I guess well, lift.
What?
Lift is 1d6, right?
Lift is a 1d8 plus heal.
Okay, so then I'll
And it
give
does
the
take
car...
5 minutes, just for reference.
Okay. Do you think we have 5 minutes, everyone?
I think we've got plenty.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
our
if
captain
it
is
knows.
kind of bleeding, I think.
I
No,
don't think
captain
it's
is
our
fine.
captain.
No, the captain's fine, but
It's
I
Dalu.
think Dalu needs some.
Oh, it was Dalu. Sorry. Sorry.
Well, actually,
I was ignoring the third injured because I thought it was Tal, so sorry about that.
he looks quite exhausted, but he actually hasn't been hit hard. He's just physically exhausted.
Just level up really hard.
I do mechanically. I have 3 HP, but I wasn't hit. But it looks more mental. But I'll take it if it's.
Well, I mean, that's what drugs are for mental
mental
damage.
Yeah.
I think at this point, frankly, all of us look a bit mental.
I think the phrase
covered in
drugs are for
blood, probably.
mental damage is pretty correct, no matter how you understand it.
So, Dalu, which one is your token? This one? The one?
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and you have... you look a bit stressed out. Want to sit down for a second? And we can sit on the ledge together. If that...
Yeah, I think I'm in some sort of shock or something. Yeah, I didn't really notice it till now. I'm just sort of in adrenaline. Yeah, I'll take a seat. He takes a seat down. And
That's the
Okay,
feeling
relax.
right there.
Just
That's the life right there.
talk for 5 minutes to him and lift him up.
Give him something to smell on, some smelling salts.
Not yeah.
Maybe some
not-
white powder in there, who knows?
I think there's enough stuff to smell here.
It's
Yeah,
about
for
giving
Lance
him a
as well.
different thing.
Yeah.
Burning some incense, like better air.
So you're rolling for it, or is it?
Yes, I guess.
roll it.
1d8 plus
What's your heal skill?
1,
Nice.
5.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Hey,
Oh, it's Tal.
Okay, in
Oh.
retrospect, I should have maybe given you the healing spell, and I don't know how much
This
HP
is
you
fine.
have,
Mm.
Salem, Lance, but whatever.
That's fine.
Learning how to heal.
Yeah, it's fine. Was that Tal calling you?
No, I think I was just looking at the screen waiting for the timer to start, and I think it redirected me to voicemail most likely.
Okay. In that case, I'm gonna say, but no, since we're all feeling a bit better, at least physically, and it seems you've gotten rid of all of these nasty buggers, how about we toss the place? Go top to bottom or bottom to top, see if there's anything left over, and
Yes, sir.
see what's gonna be salvageable, you know?
Well, would you like to do the top first, since we haven't cleared that out? I'm still a bit afraid of getting, trapped in here or attacked from the top if we start looking at elsewhere.
Well, if I'm not the
I'm-
first one to go down, should be plenty able to get out and open something from the other side too. But let's go up.
Sure.
This Ether points to the ladder with the hatch. Unless there's some serious warping of physical space here, that should lead up to about where the other side of the door would be.
Hmm.
And just as importantly, there's no lock.
Oh, didn't know we started.
look.
I've been calling you.
We start as we always start at 6 or
7:30?
7.
7.
Number still okay. So at around 8, exactly 8, there's going to be a horn here in Israel. I'll put myself on mute.
Okay.
It's for the memorial, I told you. It's like 2 minutes of silence or whatever, so I'll just mute myself, and I'm connecting the camera now.
Cool.
We have stabilized everyone, healed. Vinal has healed 3 of us, and now we're going up, and we're going to be searching the ship for any further enemies and, any
Are you checking
potential
out
things to
the
salvage.
current floor?
No, we're going to first start
Right.
at the very top. We're
Fair
going to
enough.
go and do this floor after.
So who goes first?
Doctor, I think.
Before we go, can we say that one of the guys, apparently they were shooting something? Can we say one of them dropped a laser pistol?
Which one? What are you talking about?
Just that there's a laser pistol on the floor. For
Uh,
No, there
flavor.
was
Oh,
a
that's
rifle.
what
There
you
was a
mean.
rifle, some
Yeah,
sort of
sure.
carbine or something.
Suddenly there's also a laser pistol, and Winnell picks up the laser pistol and says, maybe I'll try to use one of these.
Also,
next
suddenly
time."
his robe looks a lot bulkier as he lifts it up. There's like a med kit and a bioscanner in it, and a backpack.
We're
Like
just not very...
that wasn't the belt. That was the backpack that he wore in the front.
Yes.
Yes. Took most of the blow, so
Yes.
After you, lads.
Alright. So one of you goes up the ladder and pushes on the hatch. It lifts without too much effort. It's like stuck a little bit, so you do have to press it open. But it does, and that brings you basically over here. But you all should be able to move around as you wish now because I've removed the borders.
Yeah. I mean, how do you want to do this? Do you want us to move through the rooms, or do you, if you're looking for salvage?
Let's
or
put it that way. Just like describe me where you're going, and I'll describe what you're seeing, and if necessary, we'll make some skill check.
Well, I'm going into the room up the ladder.
The one with the coffin?
Well, the coffin's in the next room, right? I'm just here.
Yeah. Well, yeah. As
so
you're getting
well-
up the ladder, you see
Yeah.
like another small like transfer room with a couple more undead bodies in various state of being armored. They do not rise. They don't look like they have risen for a while. And you do see quite a lot of other doors. One of them you assume is similar to the one below. Actually, that's the door you try to get through at first, the door to the deck. And then there are a couple more doors too, one of which is further reinforced with like steel. And one of them is like a large double door that you assume leads to the coffin room seen from outside of the ship.
I look down the latch, like taking in the details, and I'll say, "Yeah, it seems safe up here so far. So come up, and then I'll have a look at that steel door while I'm
Yeah.
waiting for them."
I'll come on
You
up behind.
shake the bars a little bit. Well, not the bars, like the door, I guess, because it's not transparent. You can see through. It is locked, and there isn't much of a doorknob. There is a fairly complicated-looking keyhole.
Keyhole, so like just for a key, like it needs a
Yes.
complex key.
Well, a more complex you assume than the other doors you've seen so far. Like it
Sure.
seems about as complicated as a door that was leading
Mm-hmm.
to the deck, like metal reinforced door.
Okay. Yeah.
Quick question to you all lads. Where was the guy that shot Winnel first and then me?
The one with the rifle.
Yeah, the smart one. It
I think
seemed.
we.
I didn't see it coming.
If you're talking in game, I'm
He-
upstairs.
He should
I
be
came
around
up. I
here.
came up behind you. Around
Okay.
back? Maybe.
Well, he did out of character. He did snapshot him before he shot, and he was
Okay.
like here.
I did catch him off guard. I think he's dead.
I would like to go and fleece his undead corpse while holding my nose with one hand. To see if maybe this person has some valuables on him or something that, since he's probably the owner or custodian of this ship. he might
Yeah,
have
do make
one or two.
me an intelligence notches check.
Oh, I'm great at these. Why did I make it actually? Why did I not tell someone else to do it?
Or can I maybe help him?
Nope, you're
Like-
doing that.
Excellent roll though.
All right. Well, you gain a few things from this. You gain very sticky fingers. You do find like a pouch with basically like ammunition and smoke powder for his weapon. You find what you're pretty sure is a grenade, although a fairly rudimentary one. And you're not sure if you would feel safe to actually use it, but it is a grenade. And you do find a ring of keys.
I'm gonna just gonna put the pouch to the side and like walk back, having the other two offerings sort of in hand. I think this one could be more useful as I shake the keys, but I think someone's got an interest in this here.
You're presenting
No?
the grenade.
Yes.
For the record, I don't know. Had everyone moved up? Because I thought some of us were still downstairs.
Yeah.
I think we can sort of treat it fluently because it's a small distance up or down, and we're all in this space here. We're close by.
It's like the house where everyone shouts.
Yeah, no. I think Ether would be less gleeful than I was at the grenade. But she will mutter about, that having been handy earlier. Well, yeah, no, I mean, I don't know
Do
where
you
I would put it. Well, I suppose we can figure that out.
that looks dangerous.
Well, yes, it's a high explosive.
Has anyone used that before?
Yes.
And just for reference, like it's rudimentary enough that it actually has fuse instead of pin. So it's more like a bomb than a grenade, I guess.
Like a dynamite stick?
No, it's more like it's a shrapnel grenade, but it's not modern grenade. It's like
Late 19th century anarchist with a bomb.
yeah, I guess.
So you should know about those things, maybe.
So in other words, you're pretty sure it was working when it was made, but by now you'd prefer to check it before you.
Yeah, but unfortunately, checking it is going to be using it.
With the tools you have, yes. If you had better tools, you could have taken it apart. But
I am going to blink on up these stairs.
which ones?
I mean, just like the ladder.
Up. Okay. Yeah.
Up and just like hold some keys out to Dalu. If you're gonna be checking the doors, you might wanna use these.
As
Oh,
Dal is
perfect,
going,
yeah.
let me in, let me in.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll take him off you. Oh, thanks, good find. I'll try it.
Roll me d6. It takes you a little bit of time, but you do find the key that matches the door. It goes inside. It turns with a bit of difficulty, but it clicks open without breaking, and the door can be pushed.
Yeah, I go inside. I just tell everybody where I'm going. And, you can see me.
Ether's seen where this movie leads before. She climbs up to join him and gun out.
Also, as a reminder, still, Dalu is the only one with the glow bug. So, where Dalu is not, it's pretty dim.
Oh yeah, I forgot
Good
about
point.
And like, for example, the room you're entering in right now was completely dark. So, you are the reason it let me reminder of how it looks like.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, definitely following the guy with the.
With the light.
If I put you in, well, I mean, you are making light, so it doesn't count.
Mhm.
But let me turn it off again. Use it while I still have it. But yeah, as your light illuminates the room, you see like small vault basically with a bunch of open chests that mostly appear to be empty, not quite empty.
Okay. Some chests in here. I'm just gonna search it a bit. I keep an eye on those double doors.
Give us a second.
Maybe you could come in with me and just
Yeah.
to be
Yes.
safe.
I would like to go over there. Unfortunately,
What?
the layers are prohibiting me from crossing.
I don't-
Oh, right.
I was pretty sure it should have been enabled with the running of the thing.
That's
As well, there you go.
oh, nice.
I didn't turn
So-
off enough things.
So, yeah, can you join me in here just to be extra safe? Maybe there's some stuff we can salvage.
Alright, so who's...
Well,
Yeah, you're searching?
sir,
Yes, notice
Sure, yeah.
intelligence.
that's something I have.
The dice are cruel.
You find the couple
Yikes.
coins stuck to the chests. Total of 30 or so credits worth. But
Oh,
you...
I think I can pay off my debt now. I can give you your money back.
Ah, excellent.
Perfect.
I'm not sure though. I think we're splitting that copious amount of money 5 ways, so might not be enough just yet.
Fair enough.
I'm kidding. Who cares
Imagine
about
if we
30
would
credits?
work with finders keepers, that wouldn't last long.
Well, I'm still looking, but I can't find anything else. This place is just empty. You check out the other rooms, I'd say.
Yeah,
Right.
sure. I mean, we're gonna have plenty of time. If we're not gonna be leaving today, right? So we're gonna have a
Yes.
few days to take a look at stuff and get the valuable stuff from this ship. Particularly interested if this if this slipstream is in a somewhat reasonable condition, as well as the weapons potentially might be interesting.
Even if nothing works, I'm gutting the wiring.
Yeah,
We need
excellent.
repair materials.
Suddenly
Um,
we're playing Shipbreaker's Hardline.
Yeah.
Wonderful game.
Dalu, do hand me those keys. I'm sorry. I just like to appease my paranoia and make sure that no one's
A hard
stealing our
spaceship.
ship.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, she fumbles with the keys, and assuming that there is one that unlocks this door, peeks out just to make sure that our ship is still there.
Yeah, you pick out. You're pretty sure it's still there.
Excellent.
Out of character question, isn't there like a ignition key or something for these ships?
Is there?
Well, at first there weren't. Then somebody tried to steal a ship. Then there were. Yes.
Okay.
I think that's on my person.
Yeah,
Okay.
most likely. Like, honestly, like you could potentially, since you're a telekinetic, install like telekinetic activation key that cannot be activated without telekinesis. So the problem being that if you're unconscious or dead, nobody can turn on the ship.
I think we're going regular,
I mean, if that happens, then I can rip the paneling open and go in and
Eventually, yes.
just not.
So
in a
the
hurry.
question is, like, do you have those 30 seconds to do that?
I figure if our telekinetic is dead and we're 30 seconds away from our ship getting blown to fuck, we have found ourselves in a bad situation that we maybe should have tried to avoid.
Again.
Anyway. Yeah, so you look outside, the ship is still there. Doesn't look like anybody tried to get on it. There's no friendly zombie on your bridge. As well as no general movement in the hangar as far as you can tell.
Jolly good.
Alright, so I assume you check out the rest of the floor? Of the deck, I guess. Right, so one of the other small doors you find leads basically to a small pantry, which has actually does have some rations you could salvage, like dried stuff and canned stuff. Though not much. A lot of the stuff was more like perishable, and it's well, a whole new biosphere now. There is also a small barrel of water. Judging by the sounds, like a lot of it has either evaporated or leaked. And there's another suspicious barrel with a bit of red crusting around the
Wine.
spindle, right?
Don't be so sure.
Why not? That looks like wine, doesn't
Spout.
it?
Yeah, with a small cup and decanter next to it.
I wouldn't bet my money if I were you.
So what are
Can
we
I
betting
discern
then?
that it's? Can I discern that it's blood?
Do you smell it?
I'll.
And he froze.
And he froze.
We see you
What
again.
did
We
you
see
say?
you. We see you.
What? No, I was. Okay. Yeah, I sniff it.
Yeah, it's completely dried up, but you're pretty sure it was blood.
Was it?
Like the same.
Freeze.
Yeah, I'm freezing a lot. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. What type of blood can I discern?
Do you have tools for discerning types of blood?
I have a heritage. No, just kidding. Okay.
Sure. No, you can't. It was red.
Frankly, Ether's going to say, I'm more interested in whether these, and she hefts a tin, whether these are made from humans. That, yes, well, possibly relevant. But human, let's be real. There's so many of us. But this, theoretically still edible, but I'm not interested in cannibalism if I can avoid it.
Let's
I'm
see.
willing to
Just
try.
for lols. Sadly for you, the label on the can has long since whited out, so you can't check the basic ingredient. The date stamped on the can, however, says that this can has only another 19 years of best before. So it must have been
Sell
lying.
before.
It must have been lying around for a while.
Well, we can always try to get it to a necromancer.
Like modern necromancer. Wait a moment, Craig. All right, I raise corpse on the can of whatever this was.
Beans?
Beans, yes. Yeah, but like
Let's continue.
that's all.
Was this
Yes,
the pantry
that
over
was
here?
a pantry. Yeah.
Okay.
And then you enter the large room, which looks about as you expected it to be from the outside. It's a surprisingly luxurious captain's quarters or bedroom for a ship, with a separate bathroom and table and a bed and an armoire and a weapons rack and a piano and a magical cauldron and an armchair.
Is that a bed or is that a coffin?
For you, it's a coffin.
Okay, good. Just wondering because you said bed.
I would like to check the memoir.
The armoire. You open it up. A cloud of dust kind of like in your face a little bit. There are some clothes inside, maybe even salvageable. They look more dusty than destroyed.
Nothing. Nothing written inside.
Step inside to enter Narnia.
Wait. A memoir, like a journal.
Armoire.
Armor. Okay.
You know?
You can go to his desk.
I thought a
and,
captain's journal. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Oh. Okay, no.
You guys mind if I open this big thing here up?
Myself, I don't. We should
Just
ask the
train your
others.
weapons on it, just in case.
Very pointed.
Ready my sword.
You could this thing you just found, this explosive thingy. Why not use it here?
We don't even know
If
there's
it
anything
moves,
in.
you put it
Um,
you put it in, and we go
well,
out.
Close the
I
top.
want
back up.
to explain this. If I were to use this, and she holds it up, in here, there would not be very much left of this.
Makes me all
Good
the
point.
merrier that you're in charge of it.
Okay, fuck it. I'm gonna just take grip of this hold and pull it down to the side. And
Alright.
see what happens.
You open it,
Ready?
and it's empty.
See, as
There is,
expected.
however, like a pretty good imprint of a body inside of it, like somebody has been lying here for a long time without fixing it. But aside from that, it's empty and occupied, and doesn't smell very good.
That's one worry off our chest.
Indeed.
Why would you lie inside that thing? What's the point? I thought that's for vampires. Miles, would you know anything about that? Like,
Yes,
this
usually
looks.
vampires do sleep in coffins.
Yes.
I think they are
why
required to do so.
Was it? What's that down there? Is that like a dead human, non-vampire, in the coffin?
The thing we fought before.
Isn't there something in the coffin?
No,
No,
there's
Instead?
nothing. There's just
empty.
No, the coffin is empty.
Imprint of someone who
an
had
imprint.
been
Okay,
laying there.
never mind. Okay. Never mind. Still blurry.
I would like to take a look in this magic cauldron.
All right. You take a look inside. There's some bright red liquid inside, but that's about it.
Hmm.
I mean, unless you wanna do no magic on this.
I'm not the one to ask for magic.
You can ask other people in character, though.
Who would I think is the most magic savvy, though?
Depends on when you ask. Today it's one person. Yesterday it might
Yeah,
have been a
to-
different person.
like 3 minutes ago in game, it was another person.
Well, a good
Um,
20 minutes and half an hour.
Would any one of you know anything about this?
I have tried to avoid dealing with necromantic artifacts just in general, but hang on. Let me just. What's. What would that be?
That would be no magic.
Intelligence?
Yes. I find it hard to imagine a situation where it would not be intelligence.
What?
That doesn't make sense.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
It should
it's
be an
8. I'm going
eight.
to. There's a horn soon. I'll be back soon.
Should
Yes,
be 8.
How did that?
0.
I think it did 0
With a
because there's an
plus
extra
plus.
3.
Yeah, there's. It's because.
Well, in any
Hmm,
case,
that's
it's an
I
8.
accidentally erased. 2 seconds.
Alright, how's it going, guys? He didn't have to turn his camera off.
Anyway, yes. It was because I erased the 0, I think. Because I accidentally pressed a different
guess.
button.
Well, doesn't matter. It's an 8. 8. With your Witchfinder ability, I'd say that's enough to say that this
Well,
was.
So the Witchfinder thing keys off of Wisdom typically, so that would be significantly lower.
The Witchfinder allows you to see magic, right? Anyway, like it doesn't key off an ability. I think like the Wisdom stuff is only if you fight against complicated enchantment.
Okay, fair enough.
You're pretty sure this was not a necromancy artifact. He thinks this was some sort of a communication device. Though how complicated or how like far-reaching, you aren't sure. That's a bit beyond you. It's not the magic you're used to.
Right, not necromancy, something communicate. I guess
It's a phone.
It's the bridge somehow. The helm, something like that. But
That's weird. Interesting.
she shrugs and turns to the captain. It's more your wheelhouse than mine.
Yeah, this is a good first impression. And what do you say we go downstairs and keep looking? Or maybe, like, what else did we not check out yet? Like the table with the eating table or like dinner table? And the piano.
Yeah, there's the dinner table, there's the piano, there's like weapons rack, there's
I'd like
not
to play the
office,
piano.
personal desk, I guess you could call it, the shelf. A piano is working, but it is out of tune. So you'd have to fix it. Required. The weapons rack is filled with weapons, but most of them are primitive weapons and seem to be more like ceremonial rather than useful. I mean, you can take them, but they don't seem to be in good condition, considering the age. And the table does contains like yellowed out paper, some unused envelopes, some dried up ink, some like wax stamp kind of stick, and some ashes of something having been like burned. So those basically like fly away as soon as you open them or disturb the drawer.
The more we search, the more I get the feeling that the real value is just gonna be in the ship parts we're gonna get from this and nothing more. So
It does
that's
appear
plenty, I
that
suppose.
somebody has went through the ship before it was abandoned and they anything that might have been of value to them, which speaks for a lot considering that the piano is still there, although you're wondering how you would even get it off the ship because it looks pretty heavy.
I would
But
also
you
like
could.
to look inside the piano because I've seen a
Idea.
movie.
Make me notice intelligence check.
Uh,
You kind of like get your fingers behind the piano, like search for the latch to open the top of it, and you do so like carefully, sure to not disturb the candles on top, like the stack ones. You peek into the piano, and as you peek inside of it, something peeks back at you. You retreat in horror as a ball of blackness darts past you, screeching horrifyingly. You'll watch as a fairly sizable bat explodes from the piano and starts making circles in the room, screeching and hitting the walls occasionally. Then kind of like sticks to the corner and tries to reorient itself.
Yeah, Aether, you will see, is taking aim.
The grenade out and
No, no. Grenades in close quarters are fun if you want to be chunky salsa, which she has no particular ambitions of. But yes, she is taking aim. So if anyone wants to stop her before she does something silly, then that would be the time. No, okay, good. Yeah. She's gonna shoot it.
Killed it, but
Dan, can I before that, sorry, I just didn't want to interrupt. Would I know anything about vampire shapeshifting?
Give me no check.
Mm, 7?
7. Based on what we talked about, no, not really.
No? Okay. Yep, go ahead, shoot it.
Okie dokie.
The bat has kind of reoriented itself and is now kind of like hiding its head behind a wing as it goes like before a beam of light just hits it and the bat goes.
why?
Sorry, I was. Look, This is a vampire ship. I thought it might be a vampire.
That's
I'll
actually
call
good
you for pest
thinking.
control.
I just
Okay.
didn't want to get attacked by a starved vampire.
You know what I'm
That's a
really
fair
curious
point.
about is how did the thing survive? Like, what does it feed on that lives here
Well,
and
if
was
it's,
trapped in there? Like,
if
how's
it's
it alive?
a pyric bat, then potentially it might have been draining whatever. It might have been eating the, you know.
We know now that you look again into the piano, you see a lot of bad guano, which would be really good for fireball flinging wizard. But that might explain why the piano is out of tune.
I knew it. I knew it.
You might say that piano
Always
sounds
the
a
same.
bit shitty.
I knew this was coming.
I just imagine like if we had Caleb in this campaign, he's like fireballs.
Okay, let's
but
keep going. Let's
sorry
go
about
downstairs.
that. I'll clean it up when we're salvaging. Get a
Yeah. No need to hurry. Let's go
Pieces of bad
downstairs.
go.
I want to find out where this bridge is to see what's still in order in that regard.
Alright, so I assume you're going down the ladder back to the
Yes.
second level. Alright, so yeah, you descend back to the second level where most of the fight took place. Once again, taking attention of the similar weapon racks, or like, I guess, like ship locker to the left and to the right. They're both, again, filled with the same kind of weapons you've seen on Zombie, like a bunch of rusted swords and like a single load handbows. Definitely not better than what you have, and not worth carrying it anywhere because you think we might get like 1-2 credits per one weapon. So, yeah. Aside from that, opening more doors, you find access to both like gunnery stations for the whatever I'm gonna call this weapon later, an analogy of multifocal laser. Like the targeting station itself, along with the like arcane converter that transfers the energy from the core of the ship to the weapon itself. Though, like at the first glance, it doesn't look too bad, but obviously, Aether, you would have to spend some time with this and roll some rolls to figure out how well they actually look. Last but not least, passing by the corpse again of the white, you open the door, or actually it is open already because the white opened it, to what is most definitely the bridge of this battlecraft. A lot smaller, a lot more cramped than one on your ship. It has 3 stations, the helm with a steering wheel at the front, in front of the window, a navigations table, and a navigations. No, not navigation. And
Spectral station separately from the pilot's place, or?
I don't remember what it's. One second.
By the way, Dan, do you have a fan on?
Captain table. No.
Okay, it's sometimes we hear a weird like clicking noise, or I
Hmm.
do when
Yeah.
you're talking, but I don't know what it is. Sorry. Yeah, I'll immediately like
Comms and captain.
yeah, take a seat in that in the steering wheel chair and see if there's an option to give this a quick check through of what's still in order and what might not be if you like go through certain check lights or whatnot. If anything jumps up at all.
Make me pilot intelligence check.
Gladly. 12.
Oh wow. Alright, so like looking around, you are pretty sure the ship is like in dormant state, like the state between how you left your ship, which is like engine running, and completely turned off. And looking at like the readouts, like the basic readouts that show right now, you notice issues both with the slipstream drive and with both weapons. Although in the current state of the ship, in the like half turned off state of the ship, it doesn't provide much more information. And frankly, you are not sure it would be a good idea to just ignite the ship, because maybe it goes
No,
fine, maybe it goes wrong.
Mm-hmm. Well,
But that
looks
explains the
like
like dimmed, like what do they call them? Like the lights that turn on after like the main lights go out.
Emergency
Blackout?
light.
Yeah, emergency lights, I guess.
seems like
Emergency lights, yeah.
the core or the slipstream drive and the weapons might be in somewhat of a disarray from what this here tells me, but Issa, I think you'll be able to take a closer look at that later. Yeah.
I'll do what I must. I mean, this is not my specialty, but I mean, there's a lot of transferable knowledge. I'll do what I
Excellent.
can.
But I don't think it'll be wise to start this thing up anytime soon. We're gonna need a little more prep. I don't think it might ever start up again, to be quite honest, but we'll have to see.
Meanwhile, I'm wondering, Dalu, you have any more of those lights? I mean, I like following you, but
Currently, he's like in the lull of everything going on, and we're now sort of in a scavenging mode. He's taken out a very sort of cheap, small leather journal, and is like taking notes down of something. Yeah, he looks up and goes, "Yeah, actually, if you want," and he takes the glow bug off his chest. You can wear it if you want, and you know, I can take out another one, but you can wear it, and I'll plop it on his chest. So your turn, and your turn now.
I am Iron Man.
I'll
thank you.
pat it on his chest. I can use another one if I want, but now you can light the way.
Thank you very much. Are you feeling better?
Yeah, actually, I do appreciate. I do appreciate the talk that you had with me down a bit. Sometimes I get caught up in the moment, trying to track everything and trying to focus, but
And
kind of grounded me, so that I appreciate it.
you did exactly the right thing. I think you kept a calm head, and I don't know what happened, but somehow you saved us. So thank you. I want to say
Well,
thank you.
you're very welcome. We'll make sure that Aether is a huge part of that. Now, I just provided a bit of help, bit of gunnery assistance is
Yeah,
what I
maybe I
am.
should. And that's what you're good at. So, I couldn't do that. So, yeah, but I guess I should talk to Aether too. She seems on edge,
Mhm.
and she has a grenade now. So
Yeah,
I'm
you
concerned.
maybe a talk with her would be like really high priority in case something
Yeah,
goes
let's
south
how a
fast.
recovering alcoholic holds a bottle. Let's have a recovering terrorist hold a grenade.
Okay, thank you for the light. I'll get on that.
And thanks all around.
And I'm glowing all around.
I think after this, we climb down another notch and see what's down there.
Right?
Actually, on the bridge, is there anything of interest in the comms or the captain's station?
I mean, the comm stations basically requires the ship to be turned on to function. The captain's ones, like again, it has some paper trail remaining, but like just looking through it, it seems to be like a map of the system, some logs, some ship readouts, but nothing more interesting than what you found so far. And again, like next to it, you see like a bowl that has like ash inside of it and a couple like half-burned scrolls sticking out of it. Unwrapping one of the scrolls that almost like falls apart in your hands, you notice that this one might have had like more interesting information because like it shows logs the path of this ship, but it is too damaged to salvage any useful information.
Okay. Yep. In that case, I follow the rest to the lower deck.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But
Since Lionel is leading the way or is close to with the light on, I don't want to put that burden on. I'm gonna stand either on top of him or right in front of him.
Alright. So all of you descend down the level, finding those two collapsed corpses that have stopped moving at some point. And again, you see two smaller doors, wooden ones, although like fairly sturdy, and a metal reinforced door.
Mm-hmm.
Can I take a look at the corpses, like to determine what it is and how long it has been dead, and if it's really dead? Like,
Sure.
I mean, are we talking like 100 years or 2 hours or?
Make me a human intelligence check. Again, actually, I guess you do have your bioscanner, so you can try to use that.
Sure, it takes a few minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, the bodies, they seem to be like more mummified than decomposed. And as you actually whip out a bioscan and take like some tissue sample, you notice signs of like preservation, like somebody has intentionally not quite embalmed these bodies. That would be a much more complicated process, but did take measures to make sure they don't fall apart as quickly. As for how long they've been dead, you'd argue at least a couple years. But necromancy makes things complicated. It tends to preserve bodies way beyond the natural time of things. So you have a feeling it's been a couple of years since these bodies have been cut off from preservation necromancy, but they might have been dead for a long time before that. Like a proper zombie can last a while, or so you've heard. I'm not sure. You haven't studied much about necromancy, actually.
That's weird. Miles, why is that a common practice? Would you know that? Preserving bodies like that?
Usually, vampire crews are mainly made out of undead personnels. I'd say if not all but the captain, then most of them are.
I hope you have different plans for your future. That's all I'm gonna say.
I certainly do.
Well, we can place our faith in the fact that our captain would make for an absolute shit necromancer. And just make sure to dispose of any that we come across, lest he be tempted to hire them.
No.
I see a
don't
lot
think
more.
that's danger.
I see a lot more value in the living than just mindless undead.
So, who had the keys? Let's open on up.
Aether tosses them to you. It's not a good toss.
That's not a good catch either.
For fumbling with the keys, maybe have to use a little bit of telekinesis to catch them. You go through the doors, and here's where you find the crew quarters with
Quarters. Yes.
sleeping containers and some more backup crew members that you're really thankful weren't there for the fight, but were instead stored. And opening the metal doors, you find the cargo hold, which is a lot less impressive than yours. Like, it's tiny compared to your cargo hold. But that has like various crates around, including what you assume like some more rations. I'm not sure why there are rations. You're pretty sure that a lot of them are not in good condition, judging by the mold and the fungus and the cobwebs and the dead spiders in the cobwebs. Yeah. But there is also a large barrel in the very center of the cargo hold, as well as a couple more disemboweled corpses and dried blood.
You know,
This. Sorry.
go
on.
ahead.
No, I was just going to say that this annoys me. Does it not irk you as a professional? This sloppiness.
I was going to say, I wonder what the fuck happened here. Like, how are the certain disemboweled ones here? The coffin's empty. Things are in disarray. There's a bat in the piano that's still alive. There are a
Not,
couple of things that don't add up.
not that. I'm just annoyed with the. Look, they clearly have access to at least semi-competent necromancers. So why have they not gone to the trouble of murdering every living creature on the vessel before launch instead of spiders?
Ah,
It is-
that's the issue you take. Maybe he likes spiders.
It is.
Please
slop-
don't shoot again, please.
It's dead already.
Why would I shoot the?
I don't know why.
So you're saying it's a waste?
She
Like, there
goes
should be
over.
zombie spiders?
She goes over and picks up a dead spider and sort of holds it in.
It's
front of
actually really big. It's like this big.
This, not a threat. I'm well aware of that. But it is nasty and pointless. Were they maintaining their own little hobbyist ecosystem for fun?
Who knows? Might just be it. I'm gonna start rummaging through a couple of these crates, see which ones contain like some more rations or if they contain anything else. And I'm also gonna knock like on the one in the middle, presuming that it's some more wine.
Yeah, make me an investigation intelligence check. Oh, not
Is
investigation.
there investigation?
Notice.
Yeah.
Notice.
Why do I keep doing this? I need to take a level and notice. I'm gonna keep doing this.
You're taking the initiative, and well, thanks.
That's a success, right?
All right.
I think we have 3 people with notice.
Some success.
Good stuff.
You're not sure how much of it is. It's a bit beyond your mental capacity at the moment. But you do find a couple more crates of like preserved food. You think even like for a crew of your size, it could last you at least a week. You're not sure. You'll have to recount. And you do
That's good.
find like a couple sealed crates of what looks like spare parts. They don't all look like completely clean and ready to use, but Isa might be able to salvage some of this.
Nice.
The barrel in the center is definitely filled with some sort of liquid based on the sound. It seems to have quite a lot of liquid in it. But without opening it, you won't know what kind of liquid it is. Although, if it is blood, you will actually be quite impressed with the amount of it.
Is there a cap on the large barrel?
A
Or is
what?
it sort of sealed? Is it just sealed, or can you actually take like the top off in some fashion?
You can try.
Like
It's
maybe
pretty
a
tall. It's
cork
like
or-
about 2 meters tall. So you kind of have to like
Yeah.
grab a barrel and like put hold
Stand
and
on it.
get on. And make me an exert check, an exert strength check, since you picked up the scale.
Yeah. but strength though.
Yes, of course, not
So-
dexterity.
So yeah, okay.
I'm not the guy who's like, but I'm a monk and I climb a wall with acrobatics. No. Alright. You're like, you start, and it starts to give, but it must have expanded a little bit over time, and you alone just don't have the strength to pop it open. But it doesn't seem to be locked, it's just stuck. So maybe a bit more time or a bit more help and or a lever or something, and it might pop it open.
Well,
Can I see if there's like a what's it called, faucet, or like an opening where you
oh
can
yeah.
get a beer?
There is how do you call it, like a port
Yeah,
that
that's what I
it seems like you would attach a pipe or something of a pretty sizable diameter. But I mean, it's currently like sealed, and from what you can tell, it's not a faucet. It's like you need to attach a hose or a pipe. It is not meant to be
Okay,
just taken out.
no beer.
No, not beer. Well, I mean, it
Well-
might be like maybe they have like beer hose parties. You're not sure. Necromancers.
If you don't want to break open the barrel, maybe we just take the top off. You could maybe come up here, Lance, and help me if you want to see what's inside.
I can help you. I don't need to get up there, though. I'll just reach out my hand.
With a little bit of push from Lance, you do manage to not completely open it, but like twist it enough to keep it open.
Sure.
And it's water. It's not like super clean water. You wouldn't drink it necessarily. And like how water happens after like being in a sealed container. But doesn't appear to be that. It's not super smelly. It doesn't have like any kind of like film on top of it. It looks like mundane industrial grade water.
Oh yeah, it's just water. It's nothing special.
Like,
Other than
Right.
those parts you saw, I'm not seeing anything. Not seeing any bright news here. Good news.
Yeah, I think someone stripped this thing here pretty clean apart from what couldn't be taken apart quickly. I think they've gotten most of what's valuable, but the ship itself is gonna be very valuable once we've put some work into it.
What kind of work would you put into it? Like, how do you?
I mean, disassembling likely. Depends on Issa's assessment of if this is savable or if it's salvage. In which parts are salvage. If we can get
Yes,
off.
if-
Go ahead.
Yes, if we can get it flying under its own power, then obviously we will do so. We could sell the entire ship. An entire functional vessel would be the dream, but it seems unlikely. Still, what I'm saying is don't get your hopes up, but there's a possibility. If that's not the case, then it really depends on how much time you're willing to spend on this and how much assistance the lot of you can give me. I'm not used to industrial level disassembly, but I certainly know the theory behind it, and components that are in relatively good nick can be disassembled and sold off wholesale. The rest can be stripped down for components, wiring, paneling. I mean, even the piano upstairs, if we can manage to lug it over into a vessel, and
I'd like that. Yeah.
anything can be. I mean, yes, selling stray furnishings is not going to make us a colossal amount of money, and it's possible, I leave that entirely up to you, she points to Lance, to sort out, but it is possible that it will not be worth the fuel cost to bring it aboard. But, well, as I said, there's things that can be, everything is salvage. Everything can be used.
And the ship
you-
isn't all there is, right? We still haven't looked at the station itself. Might still contain a thing or two too.
Yes, and I mean, even the crew can. Again, I prefer not to deal in necromantic objects, just because it tends to attract both an unsavory crowd, would-be practitioners of no skill and absolutely horrid behavior, and also very little in the way of pocket money, and attraction from any governmental agency. But the point is, cut off the heads, you have the skull of a zombie, not worth a whole lot, but useful in a few things. What I'm saying is, yes, salvage, good.
I don't think we will go down to that amount of detail. We'll salvage whatever we can use, and whatever is sellable that's perhaps maybe above. And I'll say an amount that I think that's credits wise, but I don't know how much is a lot of money here.
Depends. I mean, there's a handout for like approximate.
Yeah, a day's worth. Yeah.
No, there's like a handout about like wages and credits, which shows you like how much money is a lot of money for different types of people. And if fair, like your ship itself costs enough that's a lot of money for an oligarch, basically. Well, not quite there, but yeah. A ship is expensive, generally.
And
Just-
even just stripping down the paneling for, I mean, we're in the plane of air. You don't find a lot of trees here.
I'll be surprised.
Well, at least you shouldn't.
You do seem very cautious of the necromantics. Have you
Oh,
had
it's-
a history with them?
Captain, back where I came from, I used to run a shop. It was my uncle's originally, but I took over because he was not the parental sort, if you understand.
Mhm.
And well, I was as good candidate as any, but yes, it dealt in magic, curious, nothing like the mass-produced scale that we see incorporated in vessels here, because things that required more the individual touch, things that were less readily mass-produced. But you understand that necromancy has a certain reputation. It involves death, and so it attracts people who are a bit too nonchalant about such things. And the dedicated are a nasty bunch, and the amateurs are, well, a nasty bunch. It's just not worth getting into.
Sounds
Fair
right to me.
enough.
Fair enough indeed.
Just out of game, has anyone actually looked at that? Just that weird kind of blue-looking coffin in the other room, if that's of any.
Oh yeah, we looked at
that.
we looked at the coffin. Oh no, that coffin, right? The other coffin.
Yeah, the kind of weird blue-looking one.
The coffin.
I think when we look at left and right, it was described as like sleeping places and backups that might have been stored there, but I don't know if we looked particularly at the blue one.
It's a backup officer. Officers get better coffins than ordinary sailors for, classification reasons.
Hmm.
I don't want to go oh man, which coffin did I put my officer in? I need a new officer ASAP. That one that has an officer on it.
Or maybe we should leave that.
Yeah,
Um,
I think a good plan of order would be to take a look at the station and just make sure that nothing else comes crawling out.
Yeah,
And
exactly my
once we're done and know that nothing here is alive, let's take our time. Check out the ship's systems in detail, see what we can get and what we shouldn't, and yeah. But first,
Captain,
let's go exploring.
Captain, could you remind us of what is supposed to be in this outpost or what it's for again? Just so we got clear details, very clear.
We're mostly here for the salvage and whatever we can get our hands on. That's our mission.
Right. Well, you cleared that up for me. Oh yeah, I'll follow. Let's go.
I also like to follow very detailed descriptions myself, Dalu. I can, sympathize.
I pride myself on details.
Let's go look at the station, shall we?
Out of character, I wasn't here, but are you two feeling okay? Like, were you healed?
Yes, we were healed.
Yeah.
Okay.
They were-
Like
Yeah, you're not
in-game
on one
or out
hit
of game.
point. Yeah. Okay.
Both.
Yes, both. Are you out of game feeling well?
Okay, in-game better.
Yes. I think is there like also an exit point at the bottom of this ship to get
Yes,
out? Or
there is basically the cargo hatch at the very bottom
Yeah.
front of the ship. So that was another entrance. No. That's on that side.
like here?
Yeah, that one. That was basically the other entrance point that you could have used to get into the ship or off the ship.
Yeah.
And again, it's
Right.
not your ship. It's like a bit more mechanical because it seems that just the approach to building stuff here is a bit different. A lot less convenient, a lot more relying on dumb power, but a little bit of cranking. It'll get it open and you can swiftly exit to the ground level and walk around.
I think we all go then deeper inside,
Deep inside where?
further into the
Into the
into
station.
the outpost, the station.
Oh, so you're abandoning the ship now, right?
I think we've
Yeah,
seen it all.
Yeah, I think afterwards, Aether will probably, want to go through it with the captain and the pilot, just like evaluating and noting down like which things we're intending to salvage, like after she's gotten a look at whether it can fly under its own power, and then I figure I can do something like a, I don't know, trade roll with intelligence to figure out which components are worth salvaging. I don't know if that's what that would be, or sorry, which things are worth selling. Like,
We'll get to it. You also need to remember that right now you only have a meta tool, which is not very suitable for salvaging
no,
of
no.
this scale. I can break a lock with it, you can jerry-rig something, but I mean,
Yeah,
you can
no,
try to
but-
salvage it with it, it's just gonna be really, really, really hard.
yeah, no, you're right. I forgot.
Like, you're more likely gonna be able to salvage spare parts with a meta tool rather than a fully working weapon.
No, you're
or something.
absolutely right. My bad.
No, it's not at all. It's what
But
it is.
it is a point to consider. Thanks for bringing that up. That
Yeah.
is of a high priority to buy one for you.
Why does every time he speaks, he tries to sound more and more posh and failing more and more horribly at it?
No.
I
It's
don't know.
part of his accent.
Mm-hmm.
It's
All right.
cool.
Anyway, so
I'll
yeah,
use
It's
another,
better
glow
than Jordan
book, by the way.
Peterson.
you'll use another
I'm
one.
gonna use another glow book so that
It's
there's two
sufficiently
sources.
bright outside of the ship. Well,
Or
I mean,
even deeper in.
well,
maybe.
give it a moment. So,
Yeah.
right now, as you get out of the ship, there's the like basically entrance over there on the ground level. That looks fairly, what do I call it, utilitarian. And then, as you were like kind of looking around the ship and everything, you've noticed basically you haven't really checked out this place yet, like the administration shed or whatever. But as you go past it, over there, there is another pathway leading deeper into the station and what looks like on a higher level. And it's narrower. So like the one on the left is about 4 meters wide, so that's more than enough to move cargo and stuff. The one on top seems to be a bit narrower.
I mean, let's check out this command post thingy first, right?
Yes.
Like, take a look
Mhm.
inside. Try and open the door.
The door there is technically locked, but more like because the door went, so you just have to push strong enough and it breaks open. But inside you see kind of like a small administration office / waiting room. This one has been ransacked pretty badly. More signs of like papers being destroyed and burned and yada yada yada. But on one of the desks there is a not visibly destroyed terminal.
May you take a look at that, please?
Dalu, I think you're the expert for that.
Yep.
He's a
But did
warrior
you-
for that.
What did you take, Dalu?
Well, I took the hacker folk. I took the
Okay.
Specialist.
specialist folk, not hacker folk. Yeah, I'll go up to the terminal.
Right? You walk up to it,
He
you
walks
press
up,
the button, it doesn't turn on.
Right.
So you learn the programming, did you learn the engineering?
Yeah.
I know you can use
Does
a
it look
PC,
like-
but can you assemble a PC?
Is it plugged in?
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Well,
Right,
I have no idea what to do. It's not working. It's plugged in, but it's not on. I
Damn
don't know what it's for
software
or
engineers.
anything.
Aether, can you
Can you give him a hand, please?
Yes. What's?
I mean, good luck.
here?
It's just, I think it's broken. It just doesn't work.
She squints at it. What? Yeah. Can
She's
she
the IT now.
Can she identify what's wrong? Can she fix it? Can
You
she
can
plug the
certainly
power
try.
cord in?
Yeah, try to intelligence fix it.
Can she wait, hang on, before I even roll anything. Can she take one of her power cells from her backpack and swap it for the one in the thing? If it has a power cell.
Yes, you can do that.
Does it turn on?
Yes.
Yeah,
Golden hands.
That was so quick.
Okay, yes, changing the batteries. Good planning.
Did anybody see what you did?
Yes.
We were all there, yeah.
It's like magic. I
To
don't
me
even
it
know what
is.
you
I
did.
mean, it is magic.
Pure magic.
So basically, like take you go like take out like a piece of quartz crystal and take out another one.
Right, Dalu, now nothing is in your way. You may work your magic.
All right.
So as a display,
Crack my fingers
yeah.
only to not use them and just.
as a display crystal can like
Just
lights up
click.
and start projecting the images onto the table. You try and figure it out. So yeah, roll me a programming with intelligence, obviously. Would be a situation for like programming strength.
You'd be surprised, you know?
I can imagine programming constitution, but
Nice
programming
roll.
strength. Oh, 12, not bad.
Good.
All right. So yeah, with that you manage to dig pretty deep into it, and sadly, you find out that the equivalent of a hard drive has been cleaned, and there has been like an automatic attempt at recovery, and it has partially worked. But mostly it's a bunch of like those half-broken gibberish documents, which might have contained basically like a bunch of Excel tables that at some point had some useful data, but now a lot of them are just like those symbols, or like error, file extension is not supported. But the one good thing you do manage to salvage is you access the basic layout of the base. Like it has no details, it doesn't show like any doors or any systems, but it does show like rooms and what those rooms are meant to be. And
Okay.
it now.
Right.
Although just for a moment, because I think Roll20 doesn't support quite the size of the pictures I accidentally made, so maybe I can drop better quality ones in Discord. The open originals. Yeah, those work a
They
lot
work
better. Yeah, I got a little bit overexcited, sorry about that. Yeah, slightly too big. Yeah, but the maps confirm your suspicions that the lower level tunnel, like a utility maintenance access, and leads most to various cargo holds, as well as a couple more promising places. And while the second floor leads more into the administrative and living area.
Do
Well,
you
I
think
pointed
that
out.
maybe, perhaps, we should start at the lower level and finish that up before we go on to the top level?
Doesn't hurt to take our time. We've got plenty. We've from when I last checked, we have at least like 2 weeks, and there's a station pretty close by, so we've got plenty of time.
I haven't even salvaged any observations yet.
Mm-hmm.
And the patrol boat.
Well, if I may say, there's a workshop down there on the ground floor. I think it might be interesting to see what's inside that.
Yeah, mayhaps we get some tools for Aether to use.
That
And
could be
with all the storage as
convenient.
well.
Yeah,
More stuff to salvage.
Yeah, how about we explore that lower part, see what's in these
Mhm.
storages, and then continue.
Can I hop into the ship
Yeah.
for a bathroom break?
Actually, yeah, let's take a break right now. Make a quick 5-minute break and
Cool.
let's get
Nice.
We'll tell Melanie, but
All right,
Mhm.
let's go. So, yeah, you got the map. Any plans about that map?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, we will probably search the lower floor, and then once that's done, we'll go to the upper floor. Like Lance said, we have enough time to do both. And when we're done, we'll destroy the place. Sounds like a plan?
One entire thing to consider is after the roughing up we got, we could, just call it a day and start the expedition through this part in the morning if we want. If we want to, we want to be safe. I prefer we just go now. I mean, if it's
How
empty, it'll
late
be
is it?
quick.
what
How
time
late
is
is
it?
it? Good
You
question.
feel okay, Lance, right?
I'm perfectly fine. Yeah, the doc fixed me up as he always does.
How about you three? How do you feel?
Isn't the isn't the lift HP temporary? So I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, I'm fine, and then in like an hour I'll just
No.
you
no,
know.
no. That's a different thing. I know
Different
what
one.
you mean, but that's the real. You got the real heal.
Ah,
I'm
The
looking it
real
up.
heel.
Um,
A nice play on words on the real deal. Just change the D to an H.
I am concerned about cold storage.
Would it ease your mind if we lock the ship the way we've offered before, with Lance's telekinetic powers?
No, Captain. She holds up the magic iPad, points to where it says cold storage on two large rooms. This, I am concerned about this.
Sorry. Why are you concerned about the cold storage?
Bodies?
Zombies.
Well, cold storage could just mean certain rations.
Yes, it certainly could. And if it does, excellent. We are in very good condition. If it does not, we are in less good condition.
some would say worse condition.
Well, being cautious is always a good choice.
But yeah, after what happened today, I think they're both good options.
Waynell, how do you feel? Plus, physically and emotionally, of course.
yeah. I'm a bit tapped, but we can. Let's just put it that way. I can heal more than I did before, which was nothing. I'm sorry.
Would you be
It's okay.
Came here for
accepting?
one reason only.
I'll give him a
I
hug.
failed you all.
I give him a hug.
Hug the creepy man. Hug him.
He
Would
wouldn't
you be all
cry.
right keeping
There's no crying. I'm
Hug
not
the
even
creepy
crying.
man.
There's a tear, but he's not crying.
Okay.
Let's go. Into the temporary hold we go.
All right.
Okay, but if anything moves, I am shooting it.
We haven't learned a thing. Like,
So, which one of the other guys do you shoot immediately because they're moving?
Do you need a marching order?
I would appreciate it. Yes.
I think
Let me-
maybe the gunners like Ita and Dalu probably be. I don't know. I never know where this have to like people.
It's probably
gunners
very
on the
simple.
front or the back. Not sure.
No, they're on the
Captain's
back.
The back.
It's
Saying that, however, I do feel better with melee combat. Any one of you? I think Lance? No, Lance used a gun.
No, excuse me. I do not use guns.
But
Do
did
you
you?
need
Oh, it's
guns
sorry.
for when you have your own powers?
So, yes.
Mind bullets.
Mind bullets.
meaning no
Right.
offense, Captain. I think you're the only one dumb enough to be standing next to the people with swords.
You know, in
Los
different
Capos.
armies, in different armies, the captain is located in different positions. For instance, I think I can't remember if it's the horizon or the sun, dawn. The captains are in the back of the crew, and he just yells orders to go march forward while he's in the back in the safety.
That sounds like Horizon to me.
Probably. In other places, the captain takes the initiative and is in the front lines. I personally think that's a better way to lead your people with proper example.
I
Captain,
concur.
Captain, do you know what this is? She says as she pokes you on the forehead.
That is my head
Yes, it
containing
is
a
your
skull.
skull.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know why you have that, Captain?
To
To
contain
smash
what's
against my
inside.
enemies.
To protect what's inside. Yes. Similarly, if the person in charge, the person making sure that we are coordinated and don't, spontaneously combust or whatever our resident telepath would have us do if we were left to his devices.
Excuse me, I am no telepath. That's a dirty fucking business right there, messing with people's minds. No. I only mess with objects and real fools, huh? Careful what pot you put me into.
You know what? Never mind. Go on, Captain. Yes.
No, but you do have a point. In that case, if I were to go down, Lance, I will appoint you as my second in command.
You've made better decisions before, sir, but sure.
I trust you in this matter.
Well, that's one of us.
Right,
Let's
so
keep
I'll
going, shall
leave
we?
the group inside with my forehead.
Alright,
There are no good
so
decisions.
that's you've decided who's the first person, who's the second person. Actually, no, I don't care anymore. Screw it,
No.
let's go. You're gonna attack at the same time anyway.
Okay.
Alright, so you take the rather quick route from the main hangar to the temporary hold. Here you suddenly find out that the ring of keys you had were the keys for the ship, not the keys to the station. But a meta tool is more than sufficient to jumpstart the door to the hold with the use of a couple more batteries. And as you further force it open, you find temporary hold to be, well, again, a lot emptier than you would have preferred, but it contains more what I would call things immediately useful for ship travel. A bit more rations, a bit more water, a bit more, like ship liquids, let's call them that way. A little bit of spare parts, I guess, as well. Those again look like an assortment of a lot of stuff, of which most is in scrap condition. So you're left with an option to either like grab all of this and drag it to your ship and sort it out later, or spend a lot of time trying to figure out which of these are useful, sort them out now, and return to ship with a much smaller volume of useful stuff.
Mm-hmm. I will have probably Winel, and Lance look over the things, but we will do this later after we scout it.
All right.
All right.
So you move on.
Mm-hmm. Towards the workshop.
All right. You move towards the workshop. Similar situation with the door. You have to rig slash force it open, and this just takes some time. So we're playing with time here. But going inside, you find actually fairly well furnished workshop. It's not super spacious, but it's big enough, like half a dozen of people to work. It has like those big desks, and I frankly don't know the words in English for those things, for all of those things, like vices and anvils and stuff like that. It has a couple like heavy machinery, like drills and lasers and stuff like that. These ones you couldn't really remove and carry to your ship, because this is basically like a TL for workshop, and making one for your ship is a completely different matter. But as you scrounge through the workshop, you find as much rope as you want, a couple atmo filters, a porta box, and enough tools, although you do have to like pick them up, ones that work, ones that don't work, to fill a single toolkit. And about 500 credits worth of spare parts. That is individual spare parts, not ship spare parts.
Just a logistics question. How are we keeping track of stuff like this?
How are we what?
How are we keeping track of stuff like this? Do we have
I think
one?
I will start writing.
No, nothing. I'm pointing at you.
Aha, you're pointing at me. Yes, I will just write down everything and keep a ship inventory if you guys don't mind.
Thank you, Sam. We love
And you can
you.
basically check like
And-
how much 500 credits worth of spare parts and how much it weighs between sessions, and put it to.
Can you
useful
give me that
numbers.
list again and then?
I don't remember it
will-
anymore.
It's
Do you want-
rope,
no, but
couple
let's-
of atmo filters,
toolkit.
But I'm
Kids.
not sure we're gonna take everything now. We're gonna go.
Yeah, it's just for later to
Okay.
like.
Wait, I'll be right back real quick.
Do I need to try and remember it, or do you have it covered?
No, I
Worst case, I'll go through the log.
I'll say a couple atmo filters, but yes.
Yeah, I wrote down 2 atmo filters.
Basically, like breathing
Yeah.
masks or whatever.
Yeah.
I wrote it in here.
Which technically would be really useful if you decided to like go out of the rock without a ship, because basically there would be no air and you'd need a mask to breathe. But yeah.
Whatever the fuck a portable.
It's in field equipment. All right. Anything else you want to do here?
Are there like any tools that might be usable for salvage, or could we get like stuff here to break it apart in a useful manner or in a more efficient manner? Is that an option we have for the future, just as an idea?
Not really. These parts would be way too specialized to be of use. Like you'll basically be trying to like salvage a workshop. And yeah.
Okay.
Could we discern what the actual drills are for? Or is it it's just for basic minerals and that type of thing?
Like in a workshop, there's this vertical drill that you use to make holes and
Yeah.
things. It's
There's
that.
no big drills. Okay.
No. This is a workshop. This
Yeah.
is not a mining
Yeah.
thing.
I was imagining massive machines.
No. Like as you look at the map, like each square I think is like 4 meters or so. So yeah, it's not that big. It's big, but it's not that big.
Mhm.
All right. So after the workshop, the path splits. One leading towards coal storage and the core, and the other one leading into the massive main hold.
Let's go to the main hold.
All right. Moving into the main hold and unlocking another door. This time, if you wanted to bring the toolkit along, that makes the job a lot easier because torches solve a lot of problems. You find again the majority of the hold empty, but right now it's basically filled with a bunch of bulk goods and finished goods, while anything that might have been expensive here most likely was taken. So basically it's filled with semi-cheap tradable goods that you can choose to fill your cargo with if you so desire.
Anything useful?
Is semi-cheap a category, or
Let me
what
give you
category would this fall into?
6.
Are there any cheap Lazarus patches?
There are 19 tons of cheap bulk goods that usually go 70 credits per ton. There are 19 tons of that. And there are 14 tons of ordinary finished goods that usually go for about 700 credits per ton.
Probably get at least a ton of that on. That'd be
And
handy.
that's like, speaking on average, like obviously it doesn't mean you'll be able to sell them for that price. It might be cheap, it might be lower. You don't have anybody who trades.
We have someone who trades.
You do? Right, sure.
Lance, remind me the capacity that our ship can take on.
That's
Wait
a lot.
for
It's a lot, yeah.
Though hauling all of this from the main hold, like there are those carriages to use it, but basically like carrying each ton, like each pallet of goods will take you like a good half an hour, and require 2 people to do that. So like if you want to salvage all of this, it's basically you'll need to spend a couple of days to carry it along, again load it onto your ship, and
the ship hold
secure
everything?
it. Yeah, the ship can hold everything. I mean, your cargo space is 200 tons, so easy.
Oh, well, okay.
Yeah.
We have a lot of cargo
Your
space.
ship is
We
so
don't have any
empty, like
pallets.
your main hull is basically the first floor supposed to be the cargo hold, but your second floor doesn't have anything, so your cargo hold can be stacked up to the second floor, leaving
Oh,
on
wow.
like the walkway in the middle that you can use to access basically engineering and bridge. And like obviously as you build it up, that space must most likely be occupied, but right now it's all empty. And even your
Look at all
front,
this room for activities.
Yes.
Yes,
Indeed.
throw a
So much
party. Yeah. I think we should leave that till later as well.
Of course.
Wouldn't want to be carrying a ton worth of trade material.
Me
Not
neither.
while a zombie's sneaking up on us.
Some exert expert should do that.
And perhaps a telekinetic psychic.
Yes, I'm assuming that. I don't know how this works for you. I don't know if it is strenuous to you, but if you could shift things in crates, then do you get fatigued the same way?
It
we
only
do?
requires a bit of focus, but with enough time, it's not really an issue. But I do get fatigued, yes. Too many things, and it depends on the action, on what exactly I'm doing, too.
So moving 14 tons of goods is probably fatiguing.
This probably... I can maybe push 1 ton if it's on appropriate flooring, but no, I cannot lift anything like that.
Right then. So to the cold storage.
Yeah, weapons out.
Mm-hmm.
all right.
While we're walking up the walkway, I like walking beside Lance, going, "Yeah, okay, you make a good point. Yeah, okay, so you don't want to do telepathy because it's bad on people, but what about robots?" And that's about it. I'm just walking.
What do you mean? What about robots? Or golems, rather?
So I was curious because you said you didn't like telepathy because you don't like messing with people. But what if it was a robot? So and that was an object. Is that an object or a person?
Really, I haven't ever thought about it. I'm not even sure if that would work on golems. Probably not. I don't know. But I think golems are objects, personally. I don't see any reason to consider them people or sentient, I guess. Have you met one that's sentient?
No, not myself. I know that I've seen many AI or ship robots that are like that,
Hmm.
or heard of some.
Interesting. I think if it's sentient, then why would you fuck with its mind? Also, why would you fuck with anything's mind? Not my expertise. Don't want to make it mine either.
Thalu, if you're done being philosophical, could you take this?
Oh yeah,
and
I'll keep my
and-
pick my gun up from looking at the ground and point it forward again.
She takes the grenade out of her bag. It keeps banging against me. Look, it's just uncomfortable to carry. Can you carry this?
Yeah. You just hand it. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Okay, thank you.
Oh, it's not like it's going to. Well, I mean, it's not going to explode unless you do the correct thing or the wrong thing.
Or unless
I'll
it's really old.
put it in the backpack and not touch it. All right.
I think we continue into the hold.
They say a silent prayer.
All right.
I
So
just
cold
have
storage.
encumbrance issues.
Left or right?
Left.
All right.
Always the left hand part.
Now this one has a much more massive door than the ones before. So you figure out that if you intend to brute force it, you'll actually have to work for it. Means that how are you trying to open the door?
Is there a way to access this for either of you two? Like, I don't know, can you tap into this thing? Aether or Dalu?
Sorry, I was just adding this to my inventory. It's the door in front of us that we're hacking to. Possibility of hacking into a door. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I don't know if it's like if this were like a tech setting, we'd probably be able to like hack a door to get it open. So I'm wondering if it would work here too.
There is a panel, but
Okay.
as most of the base is right now in low power mode, which means the door is currently unpowered.
Right.
Ultimately, if you give me enough time, I can get it. I mean, we have a. I might need someone to do the heavy lifting for me, but we have most of a small scale industrial workshop here. It's a door. Yes, I can get it open.
You
How'd
could
do
also
your trick?
reuse. You could reuse that power cell you used to make that map turn on to the other terminal.
That power cell will be a bit too small. You'll need a Type B power cell for it.
No, that's not. No.
No way.
This,
All right.
and she pulls out another, crystal of that size, is enough to power this, and she holds up her gun, of that, and she points her gun at the terminal. This, and she continues waving her gun about, pointing at the door, is big. Small, points at your terminal.
Small.
Big, points
Big.
at the door.
Big. All right. Okay. Yeah.
You could
English
be a
lessons
teacher.
with Aether.
So let's get on it.
How do you get big? We need big. Did you hear? Weren't you listening?
It was a little too complex for me, to be honest. So
Okay. So we get the toolkit. Yeah. I think Ether has the toolkit. Ether didn't have the toolkit, but the toolkit you said was back in the workshop.
yeah,
That's what Ether-
Well, I
we
assume
took
that
it
you
along.
have picked it along and you have it with you because why not? And somebody's carrying
Yeah.
it. Aether doesn't have to be the one to carry it right now.
I mean, yes, if you want me to spend a couple of hours, then sure. I don't know if you do. If you want-
Maybe we check the other way first. Maybe the other side is open.
Doubtful, but possible.
There was a
Yeah, why
circle
not?
on the map, I remember.
Also, since we're going near the core anyway, my paranoia would really prefer if we could check out the core and see if anything is about to explode.
We could do that.
Okay, so check to see if the cold storage door on the other side is openable.
Mm.
If it is,
Nope.
poke your head in. Okay, if it's not, then proceed to the core.
The good
and
news,
see
though,
if-
I forgot to mention, like about, well, I mean, it doesn't help much, but there are like some windows in those doors, like super thick ones, and like look inside, you just see like
Wait, into the
shells.
storage?
Yes.
Give me a second. And I'll just like blink out and blink on in there,
Okay.
and
Excuse me?
see if there's any way to
Alright.
open it from the inside.
Okay, I
Uh,
thought we were in the main thing still, but
It's like the door on the inside looks the same way as the door on the outside.
Can I take a quick peek around and see what's inside here?
Inside is dark, so you can't see shit. There's like a little bit of light going through that window, and that's it.
I will like just come back through. It's a
Willow
little
is-
dark. Anyone have a glow bug? I'll take a look around. I don't think there are any zombies.
I was imagining Winnow was like holding the go bug up to the window, so it would go in through the door.
yeah.
Yeah.
This. Ugh.
Then I see him
Mm.
and
Be right back. And I'll just go back with the glow bug, and
Mhm.
I mean they will be able to see me through the window, I
Yes.
suppose, as I
Well,
like light up.
the space is large enough so that if you go like around the corners, they won't see you anymore. But right now, as you bring the gold bug inside, you just see. For starters, it's cold in here. It's not like quite negative temperatures, but it's like +5 or something like this. Everybody here is Celsius, right? Right.
Hmm?
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. No Fahrenheit here.
How
what's
convenient.
cold?
+5 Celsius.
That's not cold.
Cold enough.
It's,
It's like
it's
a freeze.
definitely cold. It's
He's right. 5 Celsius is not cold. 20 Celsius is cold.
5 Celsius is
Five-
freezing.
5 Celsius is enough that it would be unhealthy for you to spend extended periods of time there if you were not
Yep.
wearing anything. That's
Let's put it that way. It's not 5 Celsius, it's 4 Celsius because 4 Celsius is the perfect temperature to store your vegetables. That's why this is a storage temperature.
And that's
Oh,
why
no,
Lance
there
is
are
inside.
zombies inside. Okay.
Yeah, and you just see like shelves, like those basic like warehouse framework shelves that have like coffin upon coffin. They're not even coffins, like it's hard to call them coffins, they're more like crates upon crates upon crates upon crates. And you're like, that's the crew complement of this place. And then you see the ceiling move. And you look up and you see that the whole ceiling is just a sea of bats that have been perched up here, kind of sleeping in this cold condition. But now, startled by your light, they're becoming agitated and extremely annoyed.
I'm gonna like walk back towards the door and blink out. Just as soon as I'm within.
Yeah.
10
So you like hear,
meters of the window.
and then you blink out and silence because the door blinks out all the sound, and that was terrible
Yes.
sound effect. But
There
Anything of
are-
interest?
Well, Issa was correct. There's like a metric fuck ton of dead bodies in there that could probably be animated, and there's a lot of bats. That's why I came back out.
Mhm.
I think the other one's likely the same, but I can check
Do.
quickly.
I would
I think
appreciate that.
this seems like it would be of a lot of value to the right person, this much personnel. But maybe better to blow it up, by the way. The other side also has a window, right? I'll just repeat and check if it's the same on the other side. And
this one is smaller and actually doesn't have any beds.
But also dead bodies.
Yeah, this small one seems to hold about like 3 dozen coffins. After a quick count, has like make around inside, and it's getting cold pretty quickly, especially since you're not that well dressed. So staying for a long time there is not a good.
3 doesn't.
She's writing in our ship's inventory. 3
Yeah.
dozen
Right.
coffins.
Yeah.
These
and
sell for a
4
lot.
Celsius.
I will blink back out and tell him, that's 3 dozen in there, but no bats. It's smaller than the other one. But yeah, I think in total this might add up to almost 100 fucking warriors, or I mean crew, or whatever they are.
One more thing, sorry, I
I-
forgot to mention as you were going to the smaller one, like at the very end in like an alcove, you noticed a really well, actually quite familiar platform. So you know those levitators which you use to go from one floor to another magically?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of looks like that, except there's no shaft. There's just like the alcove and something like a levitated panel inside of it.
But yeah, you were definitely right about the cold storage. And if anyone activates this here, he's got up to 100 crew, probably a bit less.
Thus, these doors shall remain locked and sealed until the end turns on the trigger to kill us all.
Ah, verily!
First off, please stop doing that to physical space. It's making me nauseous.
No, I won't.
Um.
I like it too much.
Well. Anyway.
Children.
So, Captain,
Yes.
your benefactor wanted us to scuttle this place.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
So what you're saying is that we are serving as the cat's paw in a moderate scale military operation to sabotage a materials depot for your side?
Why would. What?
This is a mothballed fort.
But it's. Why would destroying this place be for my side?
No, I'm saying it's against. It's.
Oh,
we are
against
harming you.
the Red Dawn. Yes. I wouldn't think about that in those terms.
Right. Well. Okay. Sure. We can do that. We can.
He's
yes.
very clear in how he just, I think we have a very clear objective.
I mean, you can always get this or that from the clear objective. Scuttle the place, but rescue 100 coffins to be sold off with warriors inside.
Oh, no,
No
that's
instructions
maybe
against that.
That feels bad. Wrong.
Kidnapping people's zombies just tends to lead to you being held hostage by people's zombies.
Perhaps.
I'm
I'd
pretty sure Red
prefer-
Dawn does have some laws for those kinds of creatures, though I've never indulged
Zombies-
myself in them.
Zombies tend to eat their hostages.
Well, right now they were a person, and I don't know. I'd like them not to become zombies, if that's possible. It's
Are they?
not
Are they
my
people?
thing.
I'm not sure what they are at the moment. I'm not certain if you were not already past that point.
I
Well,
assume.
I guess. Yeah, maybe you're right.
They
But,
are a
Oh
tool.
no!
They're an object.
No! Oh no! Oh. Winnel, why did you have to go and do that?
Make them a person.
Yes. Now this isn't.
That
as the
was my
gold
point. My
canonical.
point was
No, but
whatever they are, they can burn. That's my point.
no, but you're right.
Because
And I had
persons, people burn. Is that your
had
point?
Let her
thought-
speak.
I had thought that, oh no, of course, this is a mothballed fort and they don't have a necromancer to hand all the time. They would have made sure to pre-zombify everything so that when the time comes, they can merely awaken the zombies from their slumber or what have you, from their euphemistic cold storage. But no, if they're people,
Let's
then
just
we have a
move on.
responsibility.
They can
They
wake
are
them up.
not people. But wait, Dan, would I know that they're basically soulless.
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, now these are not people. They do not have a soul. They're animated, move, act just by the will of their controller. They are
Yes,
nothing but a tool.
yes, the revenants we've seen so far, but do you know that that's what's in those coffins? Do you know that that's not people?
Are you suggesting that they are still alive?
Yes.
No way.
Winnel, you have your bioscanner, don't you? Does
Yeah.
that detect signs of life?
I mean, if you open this door, I can go and check, but I can tell you that no living creature survives +4 Celsius extended period of time without proper closing. So they're
Well,
dead, whatever they are.
there is magic involved one way or the other, but surely if you can.
And Lance, can you teleport Winnel
No.
inside with you?
No.
Then it's out of the question. We're not
I mean,
opening
how
these doors.
heavy are you, Winnel?
Look at me, I got nothing on me. Maybe 60 kilograms. I don't know.
Can you? And this is perhaps a controversial suggestion, but can you lend Lance the scanner?
I will.
Sure. This
I
is
don't
the
know how
button
to
to
use
turn it
that.
on. This is the manual. Go ahead.
Could you scan through a coffin without opening it?
I don't think so.
He can try.
Just okay. This is
Lance,
the button I press. Yeah. Okay.
Lance, would you feel comfortable doing this?
I don't give a fuck. But let me see
Well,
if
we
it
are
moves.
we are volunteering you as
Let me see if it moves when I remove. No, actually, no. I'll just I'll take the tool. I'll blink in, and I'll like put it up to the next closest coffin and press the button. I wait if it does anything, and then I'm like gonna blink back out and hand it over. Like, did it
You
do
forgot the
anything?
manual. You forgot the manual. Here's the manual.
What the? Oh, okay.
I can't explain the manual to you. I mean, you can read, can't you?
Yeah.
Yes.
But it does, in fairness, say that it requires the heal 0 to use it to its fullest.
Yeah, so not to its fullest. And also, I'm not trying to read it. I'm just I put it up there, I press, and I'm like. Let's see
So
what
you put it
read.
on a box,
Yes.
right? Yeah, the bioscanner returns with readout saying unliving matter detected.
Box detected.
No, it says unliving matter, so I'm certain that means that whatever's inside the box is unliving, right?
That's one interpretation.
Yeah.
I can open it up. If you
Okay.
want.
Do you feel
Just
comfortable doing so?
Bef-
But let me ask you this: what's the decision here? I mean, what changes if they're living?
we might need to rescue them instead of blowing everything. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm no better than the rest of you. I've been responsible for the death of more than my fair share of civilians. But,
Me too.
yes, I'm sure you have. But there has to be a point, or we are no better than them. You can't just go around killing people for nothing. I mean,
I
you
mean,
can, but
I'll
you
agree to
really
have
ought
this
to.
discussion when we've found out if there's anything living in there or not.
Yes,
But
we can
how about we
postpone.
check first? I'll
Yes,
just
Sure, and give it 5 minutes if you open the coffin.
maybe
okay.
maybe
Takes
maybe
time.
maybe instead of all of this, we just wait and loot the place, salvage the ship, get ready to blow everything to Kingdom Come, and then before we press the detonator or whatever we decide to do, then we go and check. so that if, upon checking, we find that there are living people, we pause the detonations and decide what to do. And if we find, upon checking, that there are 200 zombies now waking up and deciding to attack all of us this very moment, we immediately abscond.
They're not gonna get through that door.
So you don't mind the delay in checking if they're alive, even though they're in 4 degrees Celsius?
But they've survived this long.
What's 2 more weeks then?
Exactly. Let's go.
Meanwhile,
Let's
in the
check
room,
out the core.
tiny readout going. Life support running out in 5, 4, 3.
That's their issue. Let's go to the core.
Go to the core.
Let's go to the
All right.
core.
So, approaching the core, you find, surprise what, another door. This one, however, even more massive than any door you've seen previously. And again, does have some windows. Peering through it, you lens see kind of like, well, it's a circular donut-shaped room. Although you see on like the right top quarter of the donut, and you don't hear because again the door blocks or sounds, but you see some kind of a device, kind of mechanical in nature, and you just watch it like glow up, light up in blue, like slowly as lightning starts jumping from one of its fins to another, and then violently discharge somewhere out of sight.
So, I'd rather not blink into there, but we opening this?
Do any of you have experience with cores?
You want to go in there? You just said
How
you
hard
don't
can
want
it
to
be?
blink in, but you want to go in.
I mean, it's different if I'm all alone in there, you know?
Are there, Dan, are there any signs next to the door or on the door of danger, no entry without protective gear or whatnot?
It says danger, do not enter when core operational.
Well,
Though
that's pretty
Isa, especially you, knowing a little bit more about technology, you have a feeling it is not properly operational. Like, not fully operational. It is not a fully operational battle station.
Well, this, Aether is going to say, is a bit of a pisser. It's not working right. That much is clear. Points to ceiling lights not being on or something of the sort. And I'm sure that it would be possible to go in there and make it fully operational. Well, it's broken, but going in there and making it work would mean being in there with it while it's working. That's bad.
Hmm.
I don't have any protective equipment.
Yes, that's what I was about to ask. If people usually, engineers, work with protective suits or some sort.
I mean, I haven't seen anything like this for 2 decades, and that was a showcase model when I attended university, and that frankly was out of date at the time. So yes, I can probably make it work.
Different idea. You know, much like there was a certain person carrying some keys on the ship. Maybe there's a place where keys for the cold storage and this part here are stored upstairs.
Mm-hmm.
So no need to go through that effort, explore upstairs. And if we do want to go in there and give it a look, we might be able to afterwards.
Right. But we are finished with this level. What time of the day is it, Dan?
Oh boy. Let's say early afternoon.
Early afternoon.
All in a day's work.
How long did it take us to do this quick scan of the lower floor?
Considering that you actually had to work on opening doors to the workshop, temporary hold, and main hall, let's say a total of 2 hours.
2 hours. So late afternoon.
Out of which 1.5 hours were spent opening the doors.
The top floor seems a lot bigger. I have half a mind of just calling it a day, but that just might feed the paranoia of someone still here.
It's
Well, what
fine.
they gonna do?
We have work that needs doing, things that need shifting, stuff that needs sorting, and I, for one, would like a break. Unlike the rest of you, I haven't been relaxing for these past 2 hours sitting by while I open doors. I've been opening doors.
Fair enough.
Like, I'll spend the rest of the day sorting out tools in the workshop and drawing up a list of what I think can potentially be done about the ship, but yes. If any of you can come up with some brilliant ideas for what we do about this whole situation, I'd be delighted to hear it.
Not my specialty.
I mean,
And
I'm
the
gonna
sounds of silence.
I'm gonna take inventory of what we can use as rations and like see if we can stock up with what's here. And then if we have a guesstimate on however long we can stay, that can feed into our estimate of what we want to do.
Yeah, on that note, however, Captain, just, there are 200 bodies here. This is, for lack of better, oh, he's not, he's busy.
Yeah, I think he can still hear you, but he is listening to Shani at the moment.
Sorry, yeah. I'm talking to Shani just a sec.
Just
Well,
continue on
regardless,
and ignore him.
I think it would be a lot better if you said he's listening to his master.
yes, well, the lot of you, just a thing to bear in mind, this is a military installation. That much is clear. There's 200 bodies stored here, whether living or unliving.
This man didn't become 200.
Like the small hold has 36, and the bigger one
Oh.
might have the
56.
double that if we're lucky, so 100. But still, it's a lot.
Okay, fine.
Oh, 100 you can take. You're level 2 now.
Exactly.
You have a grenade. Sorry.
It's, I think, military installation is very likely. And if it is one, well, I wouldn't like to be here when the owners return. So, if we can make it shorter than the maximum duration, I'd quite appreciate that.
I mean, I'd agree with you, but on the other hand, look at the state this thing is in. Nothing has been here in a while. And that would have to be some huge fucking coincidence for them to return right in this fucking, I don't know, 1 week, 2 week window. We'd be very unlucky. But possible.
You just jinxed it, you know that.
That's what I do.
Right, okay, well, as mentioned, I'll set about doing my job. Yes.
I'll just when she's done sorting her stuff, I'll just walk up to Aether and say thank you, by the way, for saving me. I talked to Dallo, but I didn't talk to you yet, so that's just thank you for doing that. And just wanted to let you know that I wasn't fully gone. I somehow I held on, and I think I think that you did a really good job, and I think that
Just stop
you don't
it.
need to do it
Please,
again.
Just, please, yes. Moving on.
Just
Thanks for not bleeding out in my house. I prefer not having a repeat experience of that.
yes, I'll make sure to not
Not
do that again. Sorry.
Mm.
That's why I picked the Die Hard feed.
You did?
Yes.
No, God.
Oh my god, you're gonna be the tank.
No, he's not.
As the Die Hard and the AC one.
Yeah, but he only gets +1 HP with Die Hard per level.
Per
Two.
level. 2.
No,
per
but you
level.
also have a -1 from your class.
Yeah, but it's before that. Yeah, okay.
Doesn't
Yeah,
matter the order.
the math.
I will.
Well,
So can we
I mean,
take
I
the rest
only
of...
see just see taking some salvageable stuff that we can and leaving,
Mhm.
and then making decisions later, or just make decision now by going upstairs, and then figuring out more to make a better decision.
I think what I heard, or what I got from this was that the idea was to maybe leave the upper deck for the next day, right?
Mhm.
Is that what you wanted to do? Not, I didn't mean like Miles. I think that's what Miles said, that we like
Yes.
Mhm.
It
Tessa
seems that
takes a
we can leave.
break. We move some fucking tonnage. We take an idea of how much storage there's here for like additional days of food and drink, and then we do that tomorrow.
Or did you mean like sorting out the good stuff from the bad stuff instead of taking everything onto the ship?
Oh yeah, we could do that too.
Well, let's do that then. Like, I mean, if we're having, I just want to know what's going on. I don't know enough about this place, so that seems like the best solution.
Sounds good.
But I don't know how you're gonna carry it out. That's the problem. I hope there's some big pallets inside.
They're all. I mean, other people would have to move that too, so something is around.
When he
for
said
it.
like 2.5 days, something like that, maybe.
For everything, for
Yeah,
all
maybe we
tons. He
take.
said like half an hour per ton, basically.
I would say take shiny stuff. Take.
define shiny.
I don't know.
Like
He said like
the-
there's crap and there's regular stuff. Or
Mm.
something
Yeah,
like that.
like we start with the ordinary finished goods
Yeah.
that are 700 credits per ton. and
Mhm.
then
It's shiny.
shinier, yeah.
If you want, I can nail together a couple of crates for you to make things easier to move. It's not exactly hard.
I mean, it's already created, so
Okay,
So you
so
spend the day doing that.
yeah, can we spend the rest of the day like I would like to take inventory of the
Mhm.
possible
yeah, sure.
additional rations and so on, and
Uh,
then like help transport the ordinary finished goods to our ship, or a part of it, you know.
So again, like ordinary finished goods, half an hour, 2 people, 1 ton. So calculate however you want. Rations, let's say you spend an hour going over like everything, including the control board and the temporary hold. And all in all, converting to like your crew size, you get about 5 days worth of rations from the patrol craft and 13
Okay.
days of rations from the temporary hold.
5 and 13, you said, yeah?
Yes.
Lucky 18.
Oh, that's calculated
Sorry.
differently.
So we can get four tons of the material per hour.
Yeah.
And
Well,
we just
actually,
do that
no,
too late.
because Aether is completely useless for hauling this stuff.
I don't think he calculated her picking things up.
But still, it
And
needs
she's
to.
busy. Isn't
Yeah,
she?
she's doing her relaxing a little bit after her work in the afternoon,
Mhm.
and we can
And-
just like do 2 people, and we can I'd say like 3 more hours or something like that. That would be like 6 tons.
She's also like after having spent a little bit of time relaxing. She's also, just
Oh,
doing a
perfect.
survey of the ship that we're salvaging to see what she reckons can be done.
Actually, that's a good idea. Make me, for now, fix intelligence check, as you're just assessing the state of the ship.
Sure thing.
Like, basically, like, tearing off a couple of, like, panels, getting into its superstructure and checking, not the superstructure, like the skeleton, and checking, like, its condition and so on. Right, well, that's really good. The new tools help a lot. Like, you're like, if I had my meta tool, I'd have to open this panel with a screwdriver. Now I have a proper crowbar, right? As you like spend a bit of time to like sort through your tools and actually get them all packed in a single bag. So now you have like a proper sorted toolkit that you can carry around if you have the strength for it. I don't remember how much it weighs, but well, the news aren't surprising and also not pleasant. The ship, as far as you think, has suffered some catastrophic slipstream drive related accident, which caused pretty much all of the damage you're finding. It has disabled a lot of the ship's systems, including the drive itself. And worst of all, including the ship not being mothballed properly, because as Miles has mentioned previously, like the tail of the ship is supposed to be properly like perched up so it doesn't sag. Because like leaving it like that for a month is fine, leaving it like that for a couple of years is not fine. In any case, the spine of the ship is in terrible condition. Like at this point, if somebody asks you like, how do I repair this, you'd say, you scrap it for spare parts, you build a new ship. You think, given enough time, you should be able to turn the ship on and get it out of the hangar. But if somebody wanted to jump on this ship, you'd say, right the wheel first, your chances are 50-50. You try a second jump, the ship is gonna spontaneously disassemble. So, bringing the whole ship to a dock sounds really risky. Like, super risky.
Yeah, we're not moving this from here.
Yeah. And that's like you making an assessment with just the tools. You really would like to have a dock for this, but obviously you don't.
Yeah, and you know, she's also not. She's not a specialist in this. She knows like how to handle general systems. She's not an expert in this specifically. Hence why she does not have a 3d6 or 4d6 to roll.
Now looking at the systems of the ship, so there are those two like weapons. They are disabled, which means that somebody would have to like spend money to repair them. It won't be easy with your tools to dismantle them, but you think you have a much better chance than you did with Metatool. And like best case scenario, you remove them properly, like with the tubing, with the wiring, you load it onto your ship. They're gonna take quite a bit of space, but whatever, it's worth it. Even with them being broken and considering like the discount of sales prices, you should easily get a couple, like maybe like 25k selling each of those if you remove it properly. You fail, well, maybe you'll get at least some spare parts from them. That's good. Your ship has a similar weapon. You could use those spare parts. It's always good to have spare parts. This drive, don't think you can do it, just take it apart for spare parts. Like the parts that are broken, those are the expensive parts. The rest is just, yeah, I can like take some gears, I can take some oil, whatever, like spare parts. And frankly, you could like try and like strip the ship from some of its wiring, but frankly, aside from like whatever's in the machinery, like the metal controlling the unfolding and movement of the sails. This ship is like minimum automated systems. Like if you would compare your ship to like middle rank car that was like built in last year, this ship is like, I don't know, 70s Soviet car. It drives, but you have to open the window by hand.
Oh god. Oh god, it's a flying trabi.
So best idea is try to get those weapons removed and take apart the drive for spare parts. That's your assessment. And even that will take you at least like 3-4 days to try and do that properly. Hopefully somebody strong to help you. No.
Yeah, no, she has made it very clear, I think, on multiple occasions that she can do all the finicky stuff, but there is going to be things where things will need to be pried loose or even snapped off because some of these things are in a dire condition, or just lifted, and she can't do that. So yes, she will put out the call for strong men to be brute dumb muscle.
Daru, do you mind giving her a hand?
Do you have a strong man?
I don't think we do.
We don't have a strong man, but we
It's-
have.
I can lift 200 kilogram. I think I'm okay.
Do you even lift, bro?
Look, any one of you is strong in comparison.
Even better.
The minus
Oh my
2
God.
is real. The minus 2 is real.
It's not just the -2, it's a fucking
Oh yeah,
three.
Sorry?
It's worse than a -2.
What do you mean?
Well,
Isn't the
Is
3 a
it?
-2?
yeah,
No, I
three is the
mean,
only-
And
isn't
exert and all
There
that.
are -2s and then there are -2s.
well, all the
Oh
only
no,
thing
3 is a
with this-
-2. I thought like 4 is a
Yeah.
-2 as well. Yeah, no. It's as bad as it can go, basically.
It's the worst. But it's also the best per character.
I mean, Dalu, did you say something? You're,
Me?
Yeah.
I'm kind of I have my mic mutes a few times here because there's like some construction going on outside.
it's late, okay.
But I mean, I can help out and I can help out lifting stuff, but God, I'm not that good at it either. I gotta say, I'm good at firearms and using my hands. Not like that.
I'm happy to
I'm-
help as well. I'm not good at it.
I'm not
but,
asking for an ogre. But
Dalu has those long, nice, soft programmer fingers.
look,
Yeah.
I spend most of my day in chronic pain, and my spine decides to give out half the time. I just can't do the lifting.
Alright, she's older than 30. You just don't get knees after 30.
Not only is she middle aged, thank you very much. She also, yes, several bad, deals with the
Injuries, yeah.
devil. That, yes, bad times. Don't do.
How
don't-
many times
don't
has
do
she
the
jumped out
youngest
of a
kid.
window?
Yes, that too. Yeah, just don't be a terrorist, kids.
you could get that fixed if you wanted.
What, the terrorism?
No, that can't be fixed. I'm
You
sorry.
go to a doctor.
Like the other part, the spine. It's a bit
Maybe.
dangerous, but there are ways.
Also, maybe the pain.
Yes.
Maybe someday.
I
Think
think
about
that's the
it.
part I'm most thankful to Windle for. Getting rid of the pain afterwards. That was the worst.
See, one patient out of 100% success rate. Not many people can claim this.
Doctors hate him.
Okay.
I think we're all getting a bit tired.
Yeah, let's call it a night and continue the exploration tomorrow morning, shall we?
Indeed.
When we're done packing and we're back on the ship, Dalu will take a break to meditate and do a bit of writing.
Also, I would suggest perhaps, just to be on the safe side, that we do put on the guard for tonight shifts.
Well,
Sure.
I'm used to that kind of work too. If you just give me a few minutes, I'm glad to do it.
I mean, you just sit in. We're just gonna be sitting in the bridge either way, so.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yep. Let's go to
So then, quick question: we were 4 people, so double. So 3 hours of work. So that's 6 tons per 2 people. So it's 12 tons we have transferred from.
You
when
had
we
only
finished-
3 people.
No, we had 4. We had 4 people.
Mm-hmm. Four, yeah.
Weren't you busy with some other stuff?
You said that only took 1 hour.
Okay.
So I assumed. So 12 tons.
Sure.
Good.
So there's only 2 tons left of the
Yes,
goods. Okay.
I'm keeping
Yeah.
separate inventory.
The rest is just like half a hold filled with toilet paper.
Those are the good goods.
And no. And that's, like, oh, you don't know it. I'm pretty sure none of you have ever seen it. Just like Google like something like Soviet toilet paper.
Is that like sandpaper?
Yeah, kinda.
The words Soviet toilet paper do not fill me with like.
Oh yeah, that looks interesting. Yeah, let's hope it's not toilet paper.
Wait, that's what we use here in Israel.
To send you wood down, right?
Well, there are some places that use that.
Let's continue.
Miles, if you mind me
Yes.
asking, what is the place that we're supposed to go to after this with the salvageable materials? Or your very clearly said to me earlier, employer, because I do want to go by the most sort of populated island while we're traveling, because I am looking to continue my search, and I just wanted to clarify sort of places that we could pop by while we're working, so I can ask around and check out networks. You know what I mean?
I do think that we will hop by a place with population. What are you searching exactly for?
I'm looking for a person. It's important person, but I just it was just to make sure it's a favor for me. I need to make sure I'm checking everywhere I can. So while I'm with you on the ship, I need to make sure we're going by places. I get a chance to talk to people.
Yeah. I can't guarantee that we'll stop in every single city or every single place, but
Of
we will
course.
stop at a lot of places that are different from each other.
Of course. It was just maybe keep it in mind for me. If you see someplace interesting while we're going by. I
I will.
imagine you'll be keeping an eye on our location or where we're going next more than I will.
I'll keep it in mind.
Thanks.
My pleasure.
All right. Well, I'm gonna keep. I guess Dalu's keeping watch with Lance, and then that's it.
Right. So
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
Was that was a private conversation between the two of you, right? No one else around?
I guess so. Yeah,
Okay.
'cause I guess so.
Hmm? Then that's it for now.
All right, so you kind of finish sorting the goods in your hold, which now looks slightly less empty, though not by much, frankly. And I can pack some of the rations you had already. You chew them down, clean up, set the guards, set the orders, go to sleep. Just as a nice reminder, because that's how the ship is built. There's the captain quarters, there's the crew quarters. So, I mean, you don't have to let your captain sleep in the captain's quarters, but good build. Night passes. I wouldn't say completely without any trouble. It is, after all, quite scary to be alone on a watch in the middle of the night when you know that you are kind of in a zombie-infested abandoned base. You're not sure where that sound is your neighbor farting or zombie moaning. You're not sure which is worse. Yet the morning comes as a slit of light peers through the hangar, slowly filling it with dim light. You're all awake, brush your teeth, had a breakfast, dress up. Guess you dress up before you have your breakfast. Depends. But again, you are ready for a new day of adventure. And after that night, have recovered 2 hit points. If you have been missing any, 1 point of system strength.
Oh, it's just 2 per night? That's good to know.
Hit points. Character level hit points per night.
And 1 strain is nice.
And you can start healing only if you're like in good condition, not mortally wounded condition.
Yeah. Just to make sure, when we got hit points from leveling up, did we get max hit points
Max
or did
hit
we
points.
also get currents?
No
We
current.
did not get current. Okay, so I'm at 5 out of
Well,
10.
actually, no, I guess like the difference would have been filled in. Yeah, it makes sense for the difference to be filled in, but not. Yeah, what I said.
Yeah, I'm basically just asking
Yeah.
if I, as a full health person, was still at full health after
Yes,
that.
yes.
Let's go exploring, shall we? I can't wait, to be honest.
Right. I
Let's
hope
get
you all
moving.
slept well and feel a lot better this day.
Or is it too late?
Too late for what?
In reality, I don't know how long you want to go.
A
It's
little
not
bit
too late here.
longer. Yeah, hit points equal to your hit dice or character level after each night. Alright. But yeah, it's basically more like, like gritty realism. Killing in D&D, you heal over a week, not over a day, generally. Where were we? Yes, morning. So, what are your plans for the new day?
We'll explore the top floor, first going to the office.
Alright. So, going to the second floor, and this one like partially mimics the layout of the lower floor, as you assume, following like the natural porous openings in the rock. Pass by the offices, and yeah, this place has been torched, like fuel level torched. You find a couple like remnants, twisted, partially burned out metal remains of what looks like metal boxes or metal shelves that might have kept records, but the rest is just wrecked. And judging with remains of terminals, they must have been smashed before they got wrecked. Or somebody checked a grenade in here. You're not sure about that part. But it is unsalvageable. Someone definitely didn't want anybody to find out what was going on in here. And yeah, frankly, so far you're not sure if it was like a military base or a smuggling operation, but you, Miles, know a little bit about like vampires. You know that not all of them like following orders. Some of them are too prideful for that. They don't usually last long, but well, they can certainly try. This looks like an attempt at setting up a little kingdom. To move onwards through more twisting hallways until you reach what is marked as a reception area, which hasn't actually been damaged all that much. There's still a good layer of dust everywhere, and there are even a couple like potted plants that must have died in terrible, terrible, horrible pain, forgotten here and unwatered for years. But the rest of it just looks like a lounge area with kind of like a desk slash information table, all obviously abandoned, and there is a small like bar in one of the corners.
Anything in the bar?
Actually, yeah, that one has not been ransacked. Nobody bothered to do that. So there are some bottles. Some of them look like they have liquid inside, although you kind of have to go wipe the dust off. And as you like wipe them off, you see that like some of it is not dust, some of this is ash that must have been like brought over from fires that have been set in other places of the base. And there is even like a small casket of some alcoholic beverage that you find under the bar, kind of like storage.
Some joy indeed. I'll be back for you guys later.
How about we save that for when we've cleared out this place and we can celebrate?
For sure. For sure.
Now, that sounds like a plan indeed, yeah.
Anything
Throw
in
that
the
party in the storage area on our ship.
It is the reception. Anything in the info desk?
Yeah. They're more like supplies, like imagine
papers.
if you not even those supplies, it's more like imagine if you were not even in a hotel but more like in
Dentist office.
oh, I don't know what's the word for that. Alright, let's say imagine you're in a hotel, but instead of like being a large hotel, it's just like serving a couple rooms. So like that reception area kind of like stores the stuff that must have been used to restock or clean or care of the guest rooms.
Any perhaps meetings or a log? That would
More
a
like
log?
detergent, detergent and lye and
Oh, okay. Thinking materials. Okay.
and bed sheets.
I see. Okay. Well, speaking of bed sheets and all that, let's check out the guest room then, or the guest lodgings.
The guest lodging is more like a guest lodging, which are two large, well-furnished rooms. Again, dusty and with dead plants, but like the couches look like they were actual leather, which is fairly expensive. And the first room is like a loungy slash like meeting area with like dining table and a couple and like a coffee area and what looked like it was fish tank before all the fish died and the tank died and a swamp. And the room behind it is a giant bedroom.
So guys, do
with
you
the
think
bathroom.
we want some comfy fucking cushions and stuff? Comfy couch for our
That
living
couch
quarters.
looks pretty
Tempting, doesn't
nice.
it?
It does.
Yeah. We could transport that on over, and I mean it'll clash, but it'll be nice to have.
I was already planning on salvaging what we could from the ship.
Yeah, that too. Whatever works. So it's not us
Alright, just write down a fancy fucking couch.
boring ourselves to death. Fancy
A
fucking
fancy
couch.
fucking couch.
Let's even say, to be very generous, that you like find a couple like game sets, like chess, cards.
Can you
Oh,
make it like
backgammon?
hover?
What?
Like you hover the couch back to the ship while we sit on it? Is that something you can do?
You can
No, it's too
cover
heavy.
the couch. I'm pretty sure like a couch should be within 200 kilograms, but with somebody on top, no.
We're pushing it.
Yes,
Yeah, Ether's most comfortable in an area that smells like it's been abandoned for 40 years and is made primarily off of pillows, rugs, and mothballs.
Backgammon.
Fancy couch.
Yeah, that's what I was asking if it's a backgammon.
Excellent. We'll be expert gamers after this.
The cards, like in the chess sets and the backgammon set as well, like are all like really high quality, like wood and ivory carved, and all of them are like basically like the chess set is like the pawns are basically like small skeletons,
Oh,
Yeah.
that's so
And
cute.
like the knight is just like an undead knight with an heavy armor on an undead horse, and the rook is just like a giant hulking beast.
Would playing chess be an intelligence or a wisdom check?
Intelligence.
Intelligence, okay. Right, then, shall we keep going?
Yes.
I'm tempted
Then
to
I
use the
think-
bioscanner on the chess pieces. But let's go on.
On living material.
I could
bone.
spend so much time here.
It's not ivory, it's bone.
I mean, ivory is bone,
Ivory
right?
is bone.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
But human bone is what I meant.
Right.
Oh, is that
so-
what you're trying to check?
Yeah, later in the ship when we have time. I'll check it.
Alright. You might
Let's go to the base control.
Alright, so going through the reception, there's like a little bit of more like doors that you have to get through. But after that, you get to base control stations, which right now are also kind of powered down, but they are basically like your bridge, but for the whole station. Like they oversee temperature controls, monitoring systems, ventilation. You do like notice emblems that refer to those like light funnels and other environmental systems.
Are they all working? Or do they all present information?
Right now they're basically like showing you like green or red, and like the core systems are working, like ventilation is working.
Any red lights?
Well, you do notice a couple red lights for the doors you have destroyed.
Sure.
That's primarily it. The rest is just kind of like yellow standby mode.
Mhm.
And you don't
So-
notice any of like the core related controls here.
No, but there is a hallway that leads to the
Yes.
control. Is that open, or is it with the door?
Right now, looking down, there's no door, but there's an angle, so you'll have to go down it to find out.
So a question. Because we're in a world where everything that would be tech is instead magic tech.
Most of it.
Well, yeah, granted. And now I know a lot of that is crystal powered, like as power sources,
Uh-huh.
but I imagine that a lot of the actual you know, even if you have some perpetual wands that are powered with crystals, the rest of the wand is still built on pre-existing wand technology. So what I'm asking is the aesthetic of all that. Is it all crystalsy, or is it more of a wide range of, like, you know, what you would consider magic paraphernalia in a sort of D&D setting? Like, there's the crystally, spiry stuff, but is there also the spooky, everything is unnecessarily made of bones kind of shit?
Not here. There hasn't been much of an undead, like, you know, like gothic Curse of Strahd thematic to this, and the guest lodgings have actually been very neutral in their style. Like, the only markings you would say were, I guess, like the game sets, most likely just like a display of power, wealth, and like the reception desk had some sort of like crest carved into it, which kind of looks like a mix of like skull and bats and stuff like that. But so far that's been it. The base controls are fairly utilitarian. So just like, yeah, like even mostly just like wood boxes for like the panels with, like, if you open a couple, like look under them, they're just like crystals and wiring and some tubing and so on and so forth. The place doesn't generally make an impression of having been too well lived in, let's put it that way. Was squeezed where it could, judging by the rather inconvenient passing of the hallways. Like, they had to surrender to the rock rather than drill through it. And like, especially you, Miles, like knowing your parents' home, there's just not enough adornments. There are not enough rugs, not enough paintings, not enough stupid suits of armor with bat wings on their helmets. Because, like, in the end, this is all about, you know, pretending
Function.
like you are. No, I mean, for vampires, it's more about like pretending to be like, I can throw money on the wind, I'm so powerful. Like here, like the reception and the lodging parts had a bit of that, but everything that is like beyond the curtains, behind the curtains part, is just like bare, better working conditions. Hope that answers the question.
It does.
Right, because I didn't really understand the question, but I'm glad I answered it anyway.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Right.
So yeah, I will go a bit further down the hallway to the angle to see if there's a door there that separates between.
There is the mother of all doors.
With a window?
No window.
No window. Okay, I go back. Let's look at the map. Okay, so we're almost actually done. We just have the top right part.
Mhm.
What is that?
Promenade.
It's too small.
Promenade.
Promenade? Is that what you make from
Lemonade.
Promenade. Promenade.
Promenade.
Yep, let's go there. And we are passing these light funnels. How big are they?
Sorry, say again?
The light we're passing next to light funnels. How big are they?
Well, let's give me a moment to you around there. So, as you pass the hallway towards the promenade and pass basically by like the first bend, now here the layout changes a lot. There's a lot more, like finishing to the walls. They're a lot smoother. They're actually painted. You do notice a suit of stupid armor. And passing by another bend and another like small like lounging area with those like L-shaped couches around the table and a couple more potted plants that have died. You enter a fairly like long curving walkway, which is about what like 12 meters wide, which is not that much, but for underground inside of a rock base, it's fairly spacious. And the light funnels are basically like on top of the ceiling. You see large, not hexagonal, like basically like anti-crystals that are transferring light and illuminating this promenade with natural plane of air sunlight. Basically, like light funnel is like a long tunnel with mirrors that takes light from outside and takes it into the building, and then through the crystal it dissipates it. It's an actual thing. Just I googled it up.
Light diffuser,
Yeah.
Sure.
And the promenade like just has like a walkway in the middle, and it's kind of made like a garden with a walkway in the middle and like the gravel pathways to the side, and you actually see some greenery. Couple cacti have survived. Apparently the light has been sufficient, although even they aren't looking good. But aside from that, it's like you're in a dead garden. There are a lot of plants here, and even a couple small trees have been brought inside and planted in what looks like large pots that have been put into the holes in the ground. Do you imagine that a couple of years ago when this stuff was watered and green, this place might have actually been a very pleasant, humid place to walk around with some birds that might have been alive.
I mean, it's still a lovely aesthetic.
Well, it certainly looks like, funnily enough, is it now it looks more what you expect a garden in a vampire's house to look than it most likely looked a couple of years ago.
The Addams Family.
Yeah. And you walk up to like another lounge area. It's like a small, like those Zen gardens in the middle. And what used to be a small pond that is now evaporated. And the promenade kind of continues for a little bit further down. And then there's a wide bend. That's what has been mapped as Captain's Lodgings. And now here you notice that the hallway leading to it is finally proper vampiric with kind of like paintings on the walls. Although like the paintings that you notice are kind of like generic paintings, including what you must recognize as a caricature painting of the Patriarch, where he has been like drawn with pseudo horns and silly mustache and a big pot belly and a googly eye, and like a couple more like generic like a dead army painting and then general on a horse painting, and then a couple just like when a painting hangs on a wall for a couple of years and you remove the painting, it's like
The
where the
dust behind it,
painting used to be. Yeah, kind of like that. So you assume the owner might have taken like his favorite paintings, most likely of himself with them, or whoever they were, and left the paintings he didn't care as much about behind. Yeah, there's a fairly nice rug on the ground. Surprisingly,
I was
has
feeling that.
not been like dirtied over too much. It's you don't think it's real fur. It's too long for that, but it's like those like thick, long.
Texture.
I've already written it down as new
Yeah,
furniture
that-
for a ship.
a fucking cozy rug.
What?
Well, at least there is one proper place, if you can call it like that.
Whatever those strands on the rug are called, like that thing. Yeah, it's black. So again, a little bit of a clash with maybe your
It
ship
fits
aesthetics,
everywhere.
but you could definitely like put it maybe like into one of your like, side hallways in front of the crew quarters, so maybe
How-
like put
how
it
big is
line the hallway towards the bridge. It's about like 2 meters wide and a good like 8 meters long.
Oh, okay, so you can roll someone in it pretty easily.
I guess.
In case you have a Caliph you need to trample to death.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And actually, like considering that in your ship the hallways are a lot narrower, they're about 2 meters wide each, which is more than enough for a ship of your size and the crew of your size. So like this carpet basically like almost perfectly fits into your hallway. You might like bend it a little bit on the sides because the hallway has utility stuff in there. Going on. Yeah. Suddenly we're going into like vampiric.
Etiquette, no.
Not etiquette,
Feng
but
shui.
Yeah,
Art.
yeah. All right. In any case, you come to a locked door of what should be the captain's lodgings, and on the other side is a giant, like, one of those you'd see in a movie in a bank, vault doors. That there's no vault doors that you can't get through with good enough tools. The question is, how long
How
it's
long?
gonna take you, and is the door built in a way to destroy what's inside if you don't get into it correctly? You don't think, well, actually, you do need to worry about whether it also has an alarm system that might, in some way, be connected to other places.
It's digital, or is it like the a big massive wheel and it requires a code of some kind?
There is a digital panel on it, so you assume if you knew the code, you could try and crack it.
Right.
But even with
Not
your
hacking
skill,
without.
well, A, you don't have any line chance. B, I think the best you have is, do you have a data slab? Like a PC version? Or do you have only a compad?
I don't even know if I have a compad.
Does
Forget
anyone
I have
have
one.
any personal
I have a
computing
compad.
I don't have a
yeah.
Okay.
compad either.
No, a compad is a phone. You need at least a data slab for this.
So we will buy
Um,
this one next
yeah.
touch.
So
Haven't
basically,
we found
Off the
a
grid.
data
Yeah.
slab all around this place? Like in the workstation?
not yet, no.
Okay.
The one with the tablet with the map on is what we're asking about. Was that a
No. It wasn't a tablet. It was a
It
terminal.
was a console. Yeah,
It was
terminal.
basically a
okay.
PC that you plugged into, and it was a very shitty, very damaged PC.
Fair enough.
Basically an Apple.
So, like, basically, you don't even have a laptop with you. You don't know really how vampiric protocols work. So, brute forcing this door will take you. I mean, program-wise. I mean, you might succeed, but yeah.
There is a chance.
Captain, this is looking like one of those situations where you start asking, does anyone have mining equipment, and start drilling through the asteroid instead.
Yeah, basically. You think it might be better to just go through the rock?
Also, if this owner here took his favorite paintings, I'm gonna gather he also took whatever was actually valuable that was in there.
The good news
this
is the
is
door
too
is
heavy.
closed, so who knows?
He
Is it
took
sturdy looking?
Is it locked?
I
Like if I
understand.
try and open it, it's locked.
It
right?
is locked. Yeah.
Okay.
He
It's
took.
Sorry, go on. Yeah.
I was just gonna say he took what was valuable that he could carry.
Yeah, fair enough. Maybe there's something
He
in
opens
there.
the wall, there's like a 4x8 gold slab.
That would be nice.
Just
Nice
10 more
credits.
replacement pianos. It's a vampire. Like, what do you think he
He
cares
opens the
about?
door, there's inside a grand piano.
Oh, nice.
I bet it has a code inside.
Anything interesting in the captain's quarters?
Those are locked as well, but this door seems a lot more manageable if you either like spend half a day brute forcing through it, or if you manage to provide power to it, because again you need either to turn on the whole station, or you need to get a beat cell.
Mhm. So, what would you reckon would be the smarter way to do this? Try and actually power the station so we won't have problems with these kinds of doors again, or just brute forcing through this in the vault?
I think with the state we were in, with the core, I'd turn it on or try to turn it on as late as possible. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'd
Right.
agree with that. I don't like I don't like it.
Right then. So, if you don't mind opening this door, Aether?
Just
But
open
this door. This door.
The
The captain's
quarters.
quarters, not the vault. Not yet, at
Oh,
least.
sorry. She was still standing there looking at the vault, like trying to think of ways to get through it. When you were like, "Oh yeah, just open the door."
Just open the door. Would
Just
you?
open it.
Well, if you had some
Right.
demolition charges.
Yeah, no,
Well,
no, right,
It
yes.
does look
the
quite
the,
sturdy, you know. But
the-
I've got your grenade right here.
but no, no. Again, that just chunky sauce.
The fun
Anyway,
thing about like you could do more work with a hammer getting through this walls than with a grenade.
yeah, again, putting a grenade up near something like that is just going to make it a shaped charge shaped towards you.
How do you know so much? I wonder.
It's written on the
practically
grenade.
Anyway, yes, door. Yes, move. And she will do her best to open
Alright,
the bloody door.
yeah, make me a fix check to see how quickly you manage to do this.
Intelligence, I assume.
Yeah, sure. Oh,
Yeah.
wow. Yeah, that's very well done.
You just turn the
She's
knob
been
and it
opening
opens.
doors all day.
It wasn't
Like
locked.
at this point, she knows exactly what to do.
To be fair, you're like, I mean, he bought a good door. He should have bought a different lock. I know how they work now. So
Yeah.
instead of like the usual, like, this will take me, I don't know, 4 hours to get through, you still have to drill because you're not a lockpick. But you know where to drill, and the lock is durable, so you have to basically like drill, let you drill to like cool down, get some more lube, and drill and drill and drill. But after about 40 minutes of drilling, you get through the lock, and the door opens.
Let's see what lies within.
Inside lies surprisingly little dust. This room seems to have either its internal ventilation system or simply was airtight enough that dust didn't get in. Well, who's gonna be stealing those bed sheets? That looks like silken velvet in black and reds. There is another nice big rug, this one not as thick, under the like what's it called, like tent pole bed, I think it's called.
I know what you mean.
4-poster bed.
Yeah, 4-poster bed, except instead of having a proper bed in the middle, it's just like, you know, a king-sized coffin basically with a mirror on top. and there's a whole
That seems
walk.
superfluous for vampires.
Well, vampire can't see themselves. Well, some vampires can't see themselves in the mirror, which does make for really fun experience when you're with somebody in your king-sized coffin.
Interesting angles.
Yes. Anyway, there's a whole walk-in closet. The door in that is closed but not locked. Going in there, I mean, a lot of the clothes have been taken, but if you wanna dress like a vampire, wanna be noble, then you've got enough clothes for the whole crew. There are even actually a
Looking at
couple
my-
dresses, although
We're definitely taking that. Here, right?
they are rather, thin, so I'm not sure if it will.
I'll leave it to your
fit.
discretion if you'd rather wear them or sell them.
I'm not saying where. I'm saying this is the kind of, cover one might be happy to have someday.
Hmm.
Kind of
Sure.
dress up if you are going to be impersonating
Well,
someone.
I
Why
assume
not?
I'm already looking like one, right? I have a set of noble clothes.
I mean, you have some clothes. You don't really have the proper vampire paraphernalia because you don't deserve it
'Cause I'm
yet.
not- yeah.
So you
the,
have
the
like
coming of age.
you have more
hasn't happened.
generic vampire clothes, especially since you haven't been really shouting to everybody, "Hey guys, I'm from Red Order."
True.
Yeah. Where is dice bag? Oh, there it is.
We're selling the sheets because I don't think it's healthy for any of us to sleep in those. I don't know what kinds of vile sex magic have been done.
Bill
there, and I don't
scanner.
particularly care to know.
And according to the dice, the one of you who's the closest fit best is actually Miles.
The what?
The closest in the closet are most closely fitted for you, for Miles. Because
What
like
a
I assume
wonderful
all of you have
coincidence.
somewhat different heights and body shapes based on your like strength scores and constitution scores. And apparently this vampire was the closest to you. Like they won't look on you as good as you imagine they were on the vampire. You're pretty sure like he had them tailored specifically for him. But for like a minor noble or like it could pass for like a minor noble who doesn't quite have the money to get tailored clothes.
I won't lie, I would like one set for myself.
We're taking them all, I'm telling you. We're going to be
Mhm.
dressing up for a party or something. It might be fun.
Indeed.
There's some boots, there's some hats.
Put
So
with
if you
the
want a
beautiful
hat
shoe.
of any kind, as long as it's black or red, you can get a hat.
Coincidentally, those are my favorite colors.
I'm
Hey, hey.
Yes, yes.
There you go.
No, I want one.
Well, not any hats. There's no baseball. There are no baseball caps.
Damn it.
No sombreros, really?
Oh, I actually have a sombrero.
I was
A
gonna
vampire
say.
sombrero.
I actually have
Next
that
up,
somewhere.
Jamie.
I don't own a single hat.
I
Oh,
own
cowboy hat
only
behind me.
joke hats, so people send me hats as a joke.
I have a hat. 1 second. It's the appropriate color.
I have a cat.
I've had this
Oh,
one
I
for
have
like
a-
8 years now.
Uh.
It's getting a bit worn, but I like it. It's nice and.
Wait, is it red?
Yeah, it's red.
So it's not your hat. It's our hat, right?
It's
Yes.
our hat. I got it in Moscow, so it's definitely our hat.
It looks terrible.
No.
But let's say there's a hat like that. But it looks actually like expensive with like a third trim and so on. Yeah.
Right.
But aside from that, frankly, like you don't notice like remains of like another like smaller vault that has been opened. Like you find like a couple gemstones inside. Let's say worth about 500 credits in total. But yeah, it's been emptied, and similarly, like the desk has been. Everything that remains in it is basically like supplies, just generic paper, generic like a couple crystals, like a couple, like let's say 3 type A batteries, a couple pens, yada yada.
Mm-hmm.
Just I can
I have a
imagine.
quick question. If you're saying like 500 credits worth of crystals, can I just
Not crystals, gemstones.
gemstones? Right. Sorry. Is that just I can just input that as credits? I don't need to input it as crystals that we need to, or gemstones that we need to sell. Or what would you like?
Well,
What level of
I'd
detail do
advise
you
to
want?
put it in as gemstones because, like, in most places they will be convertible easily enough, but depending on where you go, they might actually cost more or less. Like if you go to a low technology level planet, they might appreciate those a lot more. It's not even a PNG. You lied.
That's the best hat.
It's fucking dope.
Fucking transparency. How does it work?
I love the transparent. Yeah, that's the transparent. You can see the transparency. That's the.
Oh, because you downloaded. Yeah, it's a fake PNG file. You need to download the proper one. A PNG, if you like view picture, its background is gonna be not checked. It's gonna be actually gray. So
there were also, you said 3 type A batteries and what?
yes, a couple
That's all.
pens. So like,
I don't care about pens.
like basically, if you think something could be there, just like ask me like, hey, is something like that there, and I'm gonna tell you if it is or not.
Okay.
Right. So
I didn't spend too much time stalking a vampire's closet.
we have basically scouted all the areas except, well, the core and the vault. And now, what do we do?
I guess I could just
Take it all apart.
I could just give a go at trying to break into that false terminal. I mean, it's a low chance, but if there's no other thing we can do, then it's better than nothing.
Maybe save that till after we've done the rest, in case we need to make a hasty retreat after.
Or if there's a sort of alarm that.
That's what she meant.
Yeah.
I thought we were doing the core last thing because of the danger.
Well, at least all of the risky things after the disassembly.
Yeah, let's get all the
I
things
agree.
that are easy to do, like cargo and disassemble the other ship.
The weapons, yeah.
Weapons, whatever we can salvage from them, and then we can take some risky business.
Did we go? Did we visit the base control rooms?
Yes.
Yes. They were basically low power, and it's not fully powered up, but mostly looked like green lights apart from the door.
Oh, that one, okay. And in the reception, then the core vents are also drawn on the second floor. Is there a reason for that? Like, is there access to the core vents from the reception?
Technically, no. Like, they go through the rock. Like, they don't go to the room.
Yeah.
And technically, you could try and get into the core through the vent, if you don't mind getting spell plague.
I don't know what that is. It doesn't sound good.
Do
Well, imagine
people don't
arcane nuclear reactor that vents excessive air and liquid steam, which is so infused with magic, it kind of causes cancer in people, except it's magical cancer.
basically.
But basically, yeah, it's gonna be like deadly radiation inside of it in real life terms. But you could get through, I mean, if you want to.
You want to go into Chernobyl?
Yeah.
Right, so let's empty the storages. And that leaves Aether to do whatever you'd like to do.
Yes, we need to take apart the ship. I'll put all available hands to work as best I can. I'm sure there'll be plenty of road labor and drills to be held for however long it takes to drill through things. Important question. Did we, at some point of our looting this facility, including a workshop, find a bloody flashlight?
Sure, you found a bloody flashlight.
Thank you.
I want dark vision.
Yeah, just
Uh,
spend the focus in it. Don't worry.
There are goggles, I think. Night vision? Something?
It's a good
let's
save
vision.
lessons.
No. You literally found a red box that says bloody flashlights.
Oh,
And it
no.
emits red light.
The clackering is back. Dan, did you turn something on?
No.
it has to
When
do
you
with,
talk.
Yeah, it
Never
was
mind.
gone for a while.
Yeah,
Dum,
it was so
dum, dum,
nice.
dum.
Like,
I'm not sure why you assume that it's me.
I'm
It's
Because we
definitely
only
you.
hear it when you talk.
yeah, it's
It's
only when you
only-
talk.
Yeah, it's only when you're lighting up.
No, I don't think it's something that you actually hear. I think it's maybe like the. Oh, whoa.
Oh no, we're flying.
Put me down.
It is better.
Speak like for a long sentence.
I hate you. I hate you very much. I hate
It's
you,
still there.
first of
Much better,
all.
yeah.
It's still there, though.
yeah,
Yeah,
keep
yeah.
talking.
Maybe there's like
It's-
inside
but it's very
inside
quiet.
his video camera. There's like a tiny little guy with a jackhammer just going.
Or a really
Sounds
fast
very-
metronome.
What it sounds like to me is when I've had an issue where, like, in my actual casing for my computer, there's been like a wire vaguely clipping a fan.
Yeah, I had that too, yeah.
I mean, it
Yeah.
might be vibration going from my PC case through the table and into the camera. That's why I tried to move it from.
It's very strong.
Could
now.
you just hold the camera like that? It's not on the table.
Num 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 num.
No, it's still there. Okay.
Still there.
Weird.
Mm.
Very strange.
So strange.
But it's
Anyway,
okay.
I'll
It's-
listen to it later, but I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, we've hit the 4-hour mark now anyway, so
Right.
Yeah, let's just do your rolls for the ship, and I'll tell you what happens about that, so you can plan for the rest, and then we can call it a night.
well, I've had fantastic rolls so far. So
yeah.
now it's
So-
gonna be shit.
Let's say just like 1 day per each system you're trying to take apart. So 1 per weapon, day per weapon, day per trying to salvage the drive. And let's say you need help of 1 person like throughout the whole day, and then everybody gathers together to, you know, like detach it finally and like try to put it down carefully. Because like the weapon itself is not super heavy, like its mass and volume comes from all the attached like pipes and wires. That's why like in the end it's gonna take up 1 mass in your cargo hold, which is like 20 tons. So yeah. All right. Left, right.
Left-hand path, yes, left.
Right. I don't know where everybody is. Oh, here. Yeah. There. Left. All right. Go for it. So you have your tools. That's all you have. They're not the best tools. So let's see.
We could help. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to ask
how?
to help. Like, since I do have a lot of like piloting expertise, mayhaps I would know a thing or two. I've spent my entire lives on ship like these or ships.
Mhm.
Maybe I would know a tiny bit, or just enough to like be of actual help instead of just brute force. Or it could be that telekinesis makes a lot of operations a lot more precise and easy than if you'd be doing it otherwise.
Yeah. Hold this scalpel, screwdriver. Oh wow! Now it's prominent.
Whoa! It's
Yeah.
some Star Trek background noise, like ambience.
It's beeping now.
It's kind of cool.
Wait, I'm not sure that was done.
No, I
Really?
think it was. But
Yeah, it was.
No, speak
I
for
thought it was.
What the fuck?
Well,
it
if
was-
you didn't hear it, then it probably was.
it probably is. That was like Star Trek stuff.
who knows?
Alright,
It
I'll
wasn't me
check.
because
I'll check the recording. Let's not
Mhm.
complain
It
about my
definitely is
sound.
not me because I'm a push to talk.
Sure. Make me a telekinesis check.
Okay. 9.
9. No,
Not good enough to help.
not good
Okay.
enough to help.
How do you decide if the help helps or not?
It's a difficulty check. He needs to succeed on the same difficulty check as the one I've set for.
Okay, got it.
So yeah. All right, Issa,
Oui.
do your fix intelligence.
Okay, +0.
Yeah. Like basically, you don't have the minus for the proper tools.
Oh, double natural ones, lowest
Alright.
possible.
So you're not sure if it's you did something wrong or the weapon was damaged more than you thought. But as you try to take apart the left gun, 2 parts come apart that should not come apart. You destroy the weapon in the process, but you do come off with, let's say, half a ton of spare parts.
Right. Sorry about that one, Captain. Well, this is what happens, I suppose, when
Don't worry, things like this happen. I trust.
It's just
It's all right. I trust you to do the best of your work in the next round.
Captain, I know. I'm not looking for reassurance. I'm trying to keep you informed about the fact that I am not a specialist in these things. This is not what I was trained to do in any capacity, and relying on me will occasionally lead to catastrophic failure. I am what you have at your disposal, but you need to know the limits of my abilities.
Noted.
With that being said and done, let's fuck up something else.
I will try to help again.
Sure, go for it. Stuff.
There's no way I can
10.
help with lead, right?
I'm gonna say, considering the limited quarters, you're most likely gonna be getting in the way at this point. Too many people.
Also, trying to do lead when she's the one who needs to be in charge of this because she's the one with the technical know-how.
Oh, it's not lead the technical way. It's just like being. Oh well, never mind.
Being the manager, sorting out workplace disputes.
Yeah, I have a feeling that doesn't work with. Well, actually, did work with Medkit, but.
No, but that was like in a combat situation.
And,
but let's say, like my technical lead is more of a how do you call those at a cheerleader? He's more of a cheerleader than actually does the work. So he cheers for us. So that's why we do the work better. Yeah.
Anyway, did the 10 help on the telekinesis?
The 10 did help.
Oh, nice.
Fantastic.
Roll another fix with a +1. All right. This time you knew to be a lot more careful cutting here, and you got the other boys a little bit sooner. You kind of managed to support the weapon a little bit with makeshift scaffolding before detaching it, and it detaches properly. It's still a disabled system, so it requires repairs to function, but as far as you could, you've cut it out of the ship without any additional damage to it. So you can write it down as MFL, multifocal laser, disabled.
Good job.
Right, learned my lesson from the last one.
Yeah, you could try people next. It's not much different.
Already did, remember? You promised me I wouldn't have to do that again.
I was just imagining Wynel like whistling as he tries to do a heart transplant with a crowbar. And now we open up the ribs!
Hey, I still got my scalpel. It's back, by the way. It's in my backpack.
Sure.
Don't be such a baby. Let's go back.
All right. Now I assume third day. By the way,
Precision
don't forget
beats
to
something
count
else.
rations down.
It's 2 more days.
So you've spent 3 days already. This is the 4th day. And
Mhm.
let's say you had enough time to like any cargo you wanted to carry onto the ship, you would have had time to carry by now.
Okay.
Especially the sofa and the rugs and the dressing.
Those are super easy. Like it's mostly the
And,
crates and the holds that are complicated. The toilet paper.
How hard would it be to carry out the piano? That's the important. Seriously.
The problem with the piano is it doesn't get through any of the doors.
How did they get it in here?
Through the window.
Yeah, you think it was installed before the window was installed, and the window is like ship grade window. So you either need to break through it, which
Good luck.
well, you can. It's like the problem is you don't have a weapon large enough that you could point at that window. Plus, if you shoot at that window with the laser of your ship, you're gonna blow up the whole fucking ship. Like a reminder, a ship grade laser, it hits a person, they evaporate. It hits a car, it evaporates. It hits a grav tank, it evaporates. It hits a mech, it evaporates. Only the heavy mech can survive a shot from a ship weapon. That's the only thing that can survive a shot from a ship weapon without being a ship.
I can potentially find something in the workshop that can work its way through ship hull. And using that, I can potentially, given enough time, manage to remove the windows. But you are asking me to cut a great big hole in a ship using hand tools so that we can have a piano.
Yeah,
What do
it's
you
a nice
think?
piano.
A shitty piano.
How many days?
I can do it. I will do it if we so decide. But you are helping.
Vote.
You are helping.
Well, we might.
How
We
long
might.
will this take?
How long will that take? And
Never
what
mind.
happens in the
We're
vault in the
gonna be
core?
rich.
We'll all do that next week.
Let's do one last roll for the
I have.
drive.
I will help
Uh,
whenever I find my character sheet. Where is?
This might be a bit out there, but what if Aether were to somehow use a ship weapon and it was powered somehow, plugged in, right? And brought it to the vault and then shot the vault with a ship weapon. Okay, I don't know how.
let's
then-
discuss it next week.
Yeah, okay, sure.
Definitely.
But with your
Okay.
current tools, I find coming up with a solution that doesn't involve one of you dying in the process very unlikely. All right, so that's no help from Lens.
Yeah, going to mutter a quick prayer to a god she no longer really believes in, but who is nominally, a god of teaching and also of assassins.
Oh, 10.
Ten.
Nice.
All right. That's not quite what you needed here, but it still means you managed to salvage some of the drive. One moment.
Well, it would help if I could roll more than a 6. Alas.
Say. You managed to salvage 3 tons of spare parts.
We now have 3.5.
Yeah.
What
And
is 1 current ton worth? of
1
their
ton
inventory?
is 10k of ship spare parts. So this is still a lot of money that you basically saved yourself from having to buy. Because
Yeah,
having spare
pretty
parts
much.
on your ship is a really good idea. Really good idea. Especially if you fuck up and jump. Anyway, so with this, after 4 days, spend another ration, you manage to salvage as much of easily accessible stuff as you thought you could, and your cargo hold, I believe, is not even half full yet. Which means that you can plan more complicated excursions into the core control room and plan how you're gonna access that vault. But in any case, we'll pick that up in a week. And you are level 3 now.
Yoo!
So
Ooh,
let's not do
I
that.
didn't-
Well,
Lovely.
I didn't even roll anything this session. I'm level 3. That's awesome.